Come on.
Hi, Raina.
Hi, how are you?
Okay, we'll put you in the room when it's time.
I'm sorry?
I'll put you in the room, the second, the Spanish room, when it's time.
Do you want to do it right now?
Sure.
Not showing yet.
Oh, thank you.
There you go. I'm going to press the button. So yes, you won't be able to hear me now.
Don't forget to turn off your camera, Raina. Turn off your camera, your video camera.
2. Okay, Madam Clerk, I see a quorum. Are you ready to go?
Yes.
All right. Welcome everybody to the public session before closed session. Would you read the closed session or call the roll, please?
Yes, Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates. Okay, he's absent. Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Jimenez. Vice Mayor Johnson. Vice Mayor Johnson. Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
And Mayor Butt.
Here. Would you read the closed session items, please?
During closed session, the council will discuss the following items: conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Hernandez versus Hodges, Sprawl Death et al. Versus City of Richmond, the Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus the United States of America et al., North Coast Rivers Alliance et al., Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond. Under conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, there are 3 cases. Under conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, there's also a case, one case, and it's Veolia mediation. And under public employees performance evaluation, the title is city manager.
All right, thank you. Do we have public speakers?
I did not see any hands raised for public speaking.
That's a miracle. Okay, with that, I guess we are adjourned to closed session.
Hello, everyone. I'm trying to reach Sharon Brock. I'm going to be turning on your microphone if you're there. I just want to make sure you're Sharon Taylor. Sharon Brock.
Hello.
Is this Sharon Taylor?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry.
Okay, I want to make sure.
Okay, thank
I'm
you.
going to bring you in as a panelist.
Okay, thank you so much.
No problem.
Thank you.
Okay, City Clerk, it looks like we have a quorum. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Councilmember Bates? Councilmember Bates? Who's absent? Councilmember Jimenez? Councilmember Jimenez?
Here.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Johnson?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez, sorry.
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Here.
Councilmember Willis?
Here.
And Mayor Butt.
Here. Next item is the public comment instructional video. Would you roll that, please?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and KCRT.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Okay, the next item is statement of conflict of interest. Does anybody have one? I don't see any. The next item is agenda review. I've been asked by several people to move item R3 up because there are a lot of people who want to speak on it, and I intend to move it up right after consent calendar unless there's an objection. And I want to remind you that we have to start the redistricting public hearing at exactly 7 o'clock, which is 7 minutes from now. So whatever we're doing, we will stop it and go to the public hearing. City Clerk.
Yes, I have corrections to item O2A. That's the code ordinance for the
Okay.
second reading. On page 2 of the draft ordinance, and that is page 28 of the 789 pages in the agenda packet. A recital states that the first reading occurred on January 11th, and it should read January 18th, 2022. The next correction on page 4 of the draft ordinance, and that's page 30 of the packet. The supporting statement of fact for finding D says the proposed amendments to not, and it should say the proposed amendments do not. On page 5 of the draft ordinance, and that is page 31 of the packet, the date for the first reading should be changed from January 11th to January 18th, 2022. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I'd like to move up Q1. I'm not sure where you moved that other item, but I was thinking right after the redistricting public hearing for Q1. That's the item we started
Well, the
last week.
redistricting public hearing is going to start, it's going to start in 6 minutes, so it'll
Can
be
we-
done. Can we move it up behind R3?
No, oh, sorry.
I prefer, we started this last week, and so since we started it, it should be up near the very front. That's how it is, and it is very important that we hear here on this item.
Well, we have to do redistricting at 7. That's 5
Yes,
minutes from
yes.
now. And then after we do redistricting, we're gonna go down and you know, we got several other things, including open forum, and then I moved R3 up after open forum. I'd be happy to move Q1 up after R3.
I think Claudia wants to make I don't agree with that, but go ahead.
I think it will be better if we, after the redistricting, that we have the what is the is
Q1.
Q1, because it's something that the clock is ticking, as you say, Mayor. We need to have that and finish that conversation, and then after that, R3 could be the next one.
Are you talking about moving it up before open forum and all those things?
No, I am just thinking that open forum or redistricting open forum, and then Q1 and then R3.
Well, what I'm offering is that, you know, we do the consent calendar, and then we do R3, and then we do Q1. There's plenty of time for it. It's not going to get lost.
I would like to go with my original plan, which was redistricting, open forum, and then Q1, and then R3.
Well, you're gonna have to
I
make a
will
motion.
make a
Mr.
motion. I will make a motion to overturn the ruling of the mayor to do it with R3 first and then Q1, and instead propose Q1 and then R3.
Okay,
I
so
second that.
Councilor, Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't care either way. I just have to say this. No one wanted to continue the meeting last week to discuss this very important item. And now, like, it's so important that we have to, like, overrule the mayor. Like, I'm stunned by the sense of urgency that wasn't here last week.
We're all so tired last week.
Well, we have a motion by McLaughlin. Do we have a second? Okay, second by Martinez. So, look, let's just vote on it and move on. We don't have to discuss this. If you're in favor.
Well, I gotta say something. If we stop talking so much,
Go
so
ahead.
extensive, then we can all be heard and get out of here in a decent time. So make these council members aware when they dominate talking too much.
Well, there is a lot of yak going on in here, so let's take a vote on this. If you're in favor of it, raise your hand. I see Jimenez, McLaughlin, Martinez.
Roll call
You
vote.
need, I'm sorry, we're not, in-
Yeah, we have to take a roll call vote.
yeah, you call a roll call vote. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
No.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Abstain.
Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion fails with council members Jimenez, Martinez, and McLaughlin voting yes. Councilmember Bates, Vice Mayor Johnson, and Mayor Butt voting no, and Councilmember Willis abstaining.
Okay, so the order will be right after consent calendar R3 and right after R3Q1. Okay, it's 6:59, so I think we can go ahead and start spooling up the redistricting item. So would you go ahead and call that P1?
Yes. Yes. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Pursuant to public notice, it's time to hold a public hearing, and this is our 4th public hearing to receive public input on draft maps of voting district boundaries as part of the city's redistricting process. Select a map to establish district boundaries and determine election sequence. And this evening, we have available James Atencia of the City Attorney's Office, Reina Ortiz Tutorial, who will provide Spanish translation, and Shalice Tilton, she's a senior consultant with National Demographics Corporation, to give a presentation and guide us through the redistricting process.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go quickly through this. You've seen it several times before. This is our timeline. We are in the 4th required public hearing for the redistricting process. Tonight will be is your second opportunity to look at maps and ultimately identify a map for adoption and first reading of ordinance tonight. We must follow federal and state laws. Federal laws meaning we must have equal population. It doesn't need to be exact. There can be no greater than a 10% deviation between the least populated, the greatest populated. We must follow the Federal Voting Rights Act, no racial gerrymandering. And then the California law sets forth the criteria in the center column that we must follow when we are drawing the maps. Once we've met the federal and the California laws, then we can look at other things such as minimizing the voters that are shifted to different election years and respecting voters' choices. If we can draw a map without pairing incumbents and meet all of the criteria of the federal and state laws, then we shall do so. Or we provide that option. I'm sorry, that's optional. And also we could slightly underpopulate within that 10% deviation if we know an area is going to be growing in the future. The criteria is prioritized, it's in the middle. So it's important we follow that order: geographically continuous, undivided neighborhoods and communities of interest, identifiable boundaries, and compactness. The existing district boundary is not populated balanced when we apply the 2020 census data. In fact, we are out of balance by 14.66% with District 5 being too large and District 4 being too small. The citizen voting age population is of key importance. This is the area that under the Federal Voting Rights Act that is important to, if we are able to draw a district where we can get a majority of a minority group, then we look to accomplish that, especially if it's shown that that particular class has a history of its electoral choices being outvoted by the majority. I'm going to spend just a few more minutes on this draft summary page. It's slightly different than it was last week. I did receive an inquiry from Councilman Willis asking about the number of voters that would be deferred from a 2022 election cycle to a 2024 election cycle. So effectively, those voters who were expecting to vote in 2022, if a particular map drew them into a different district, that would mean it would have been 6 years between them having the opportunity to vote. So I did include this additional column on the map for you to contemplate. What you're seeing of this draft map summary, those items that are in pink are not population balanced or contiguous, so we can adopt them as they are. Maps 104 and 105 can be easily modified, so they're just slightly a different shade of pink. In the fourth column over is the total deviation, and that of course we need to be under 10% in order for us to be able to adopt the map and have it presumptively constitutional. The fifth column over is important. That's the maximum Latino citizen voting age population. And that column, we're looking for a 50% or more population. And all of them do achieve that. Map 102B was presented last week, but it was withdrawn by the map submitter, and in its place, maps 102C, 102D, and 102C, D, and E were submitted yesterday. So they are included in this presentation. Each of those maps have a 53% Latino district. The only map that does not is map 106B. So if that was a map that the council was interested in pursuing, then you would certainly want to have additional discussion with your legal counsel regarding the potential risk for that. When we're talking about the voter deferrals, I listed both the total population of the number of people who would be moved from a 2022 district to a 2024 district. And you're seeing that in the third to the last column. So the population deferred, that's the total people, and then voters deferred, those are those registered voters as of the November 2020 election. So we have in map 203 would be the highest amount of voters deferred, for example, at 15,591. And that's the total population. And then voters deferred would be 7,843. Maps 201 and 202 have 0 voter deferrals. And then you'll see the other ones listed here. I do want to point out this is not one of the criteria listed by the state of California. But if the council deems that we have met all the other prioritized criteria, this is a consideration that could be taken into consideration. The very last column, when it says pairs, that means the number of districts that have more than one incumbent drawn into that district. So, for example, the current has 2 pairings. It has 2 council members in District 5 and 2 council members in District 6. I'll move onto the maps. These are the maps that are not contiguous or not population balanced. I do want to honor those that took the time to submit maps, because it does take a tremendous amount of time. But we would not be able to adopt these maps in their present state. Map 104 is just barely out of population balance. So it is possible to move some lines and make that population balance. The amount of total population that would be deferred is 849, and it does have a Latino citizen voting age population of 53.09. When we're looking at the maximum citizen voting age population of our non-Hispanic Black community, there's not as much emphasis on that, because we know in the city of Richmond, there has been a strong history of African Americans being able to easily elected at smaller percentages. So that is one of the reasons why the main focus has not been on, when we're going through these maps, have been focusing in on the Latino community, but certainly these percentages identify where we see maps that have been drawn to where there is a geographical concentration of a protected class group. When you see the higher percentages, it's an indicator that those districts were drawn effectively to show a higher percentage than some of the others. Map 105 is actually is non-contiguous, but it can be easily fixed. And it has a Latino citizen voting age population district at 53%. Population deferred is 781. Map 102B was withdrawn by the map submitters. As you'll recall at the last meeting, this one was submitted by a group of individuals identifying themselves as the Neighborhood Council Coalition, predominantly of Black and Brown communities throughout Richmond. So they've asked that this not be a map up for consideration. We've left it in for the public record. And we've replaced it with maps 102C. Maps 102C, D, and E are very similar. Maps 102C unites all the neighborhoods except for two. The Iron Triangle is largely in District 1, and let's see, what was the other one? North and East had to be split because the population was too large. The map submitters in their comments say it creates a new Hilltop district that has interested in the redevelopment of the Hilltop Mall. It creates a unified Southside district in District 3, creates a shoreline Bay Trail district, including Point Richmond, Marina Bay, and the annex, reflecting voters of similar income levels, ethnicity, and other interests. And I'm sure we'll probably having speakers that can speak to each of these maps. 102C, you'll see lots of the changes between 102C, D, and E's in the area of Barrett and 38th Street. So right where you see the yellow and the purple colors coming together is where the changes are largely between maps 102C and D. Back to 102C, I'm sorry, the population deferred is just under 12,000. And 102 D, population deferred is about 12,500. And again, very similar, and it does have a maximum Latino voting age population of 53%. 102E, same population deferred and the same maximum Latino as 102D. Just a slight modification in that boundary between 6 and 4. It does result in 2 pairings in Districts 4 and District 5. Maps 102C and D just had a single pairing in District 5. Map 106B, population deferred would be near 19,000. And this is the one that if the council was interested in this map, you would want to definitely confer with your legal counsel because it has the lower Latino citizen voting age population. It does pair 3 members in its District 4. That's District 5. Oh, yeah, in District 5. Map 201 has no population deferral, so no voter would have to wait 6 years to vote. It does have a maximum Latino voting age population of 52.61. It has 2 pairings, it has pairings in District 5 and in District 6. 202, similar, has pairings in District 2 and District 6 and no voter deferrals. 203 has total voter deferrals of about 15,600. It does have the a 53%, a near 53% Latino citizen voting age population, a 50% African-American population, And it does pair 2 in District 5. I should mention that the 102C, 102D, and 102E have both a Latino majority district and an African American majority district. We do have the interactive map viewer that's available to look at the maps in detail. I do want to point out when I produced in a hurry, it's quite a feat to produce these maps, even though they are submitted on the online app. So for maps 102C, 102D, and 102E, you'll see the red lines, and those are showing the overlay of the current districts. But so you want to look at the colors when you're analyzing the maps. The website has all the drafts maps available, and each of the maps has both the map and a demographic summary that has full details of additional demographic, socio and economic information for each of the districts, and that has been distributed and available. The election years for 2022 will be up for districts 2, 3, and 4, and for 2024 districts 1, 5, and 6. So after the council identifies a preferred map, the council can actually review the district assignments and choose to change where those assignments are. It would be unusual to do so, but that is the council's prerogative. And so this comes to the end of my presentation for the public hearing. And of course, after we have the public hearing, then we'll ask for council deliberation on your preference for a map adoption. And if you do want to have any revisions to the map numbers. And that concludes my presentation, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, are there questions from council members? Councilmember Bates and then Willis. You're muted.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you for the presentation. Could you give us an idea of the population as of today? I assume we don't have the census report yet, but what is the racial population as of today's date?
As of today's date, I do not have that information.
Do you have anything that reflects the population?
The population figures that we have have to go with the federal census, and that was as of 2020. So the total population is 116,790.
So the total population in Richmond is how much?
116,790.
That's as of today's, well, close to today's date. And you don't have the breakdown. Do you have the breakdown that was included in 116,790?
As far as the breakdown by race and ethnicity, or for each of the current districts?
No, total city.
The total city by race and ethnicity?
Yes.
Okay. And this also, for those who have access to the demographic summaries, those are also available on the website. You can see there's a total column under total population.
You have the numbers?
Yes, just a minute here.
Percentages, I think, would be better.
Yeah, I have the percentages. I would have to bring up a different. I'm sorry, I do not have the numbers. I have the percentages available to read for you presently.
Oh, okay.
So overall, for our Hispanic and Latino community, it's 45%. For non-Hispanic white, it's 16%. For non-Hispanic Black, it's 20%. Non-Hispanic Asian Pacific Islander is 17%. Non-Hispanic Native American is 1%.
So what was the 16% non-Latino?
That's non-Hispanic white. Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Willis, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Shalice. I was actually surprised over the weekend to get some of the population deferrals because I remember you saying how labor intensive that was. So, thanks for working with your team and getting that together. But there was one other thing that we did talk about, which I can understand why it didn't make it because it's already labor intensive enough just figuring out the deferrals. But you and I also talked about, depending on whatever map gets adopted, there's also accelerated voters. Would you be able to explain that a little bit more? Because I know those numbers aren't on the table, but I think that's also relevant.
Yes, so there are a number of voters that voted in 2020 that would also be able to vote in 2022. And that's called voter acceleration. So, because District 5 is the one that is too big. And there are, so those folks, a lot, District 5 is going, if it goes to a 2022, District 5 is up from 2024. And because it's too big, some of those voters will be moved and they'll likely be moved to either District 2 or District 3. And so they would be able to vote 2 years sooner. And so no, we didn't do the calculation for those voters that would have accelerated voting, which they'd be able to vote 2 years sooner. Also, if we're switching between districts that have the same year, I didn't do any calculation for those.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I had my question answered.
Okay, other council members have questions? Okay, we will now open the public hearing and call on members of the public. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a question, just kind of like for the public to know. I don't like, is this presentation was published in the agenda, on the agenda?
Yes, and we did because this map came in today. It was revised late in the day today.
So it wasn't on the agenda. So the public hasn't able to see your presentation.
I can ask Ms. Christian.
It is on the website as an additional piece. So the public was able to see this presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead with the public speakers, please.
Okay, I have 18 speakers so far. The first group of speakers will be Don Gosney, Elsa Stevens, Mark Wasberg, Jan Mignoni, and Lisa Johnson. Don Gosney, you will have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. When you look at a city map with the boundaries seeming to go all over the place, it almost looks as if Stevie Wonder was assigned the task of drawing these lines. It's like someone threw a couple of octopi against the wall with tentacles heading off in every direction. Because of the constraints placed on us when we draft these maps, someone's going to get screwed. 2 years ago, one district stretched from Point Richmond up through North Richmond, snatching up Parchester Village and ending near San Pablo Avenue near Hilltop. Anyone who lives here in Richmond could easily see that these communities have little or nothing to do with each other. But that wasn't even the worst drawn district. The Hilltop area was split, so part of it was partnered with Point Richmond and the rest with Carriage Hills, extending almost to Martinez. This time, though, one of the more popular maps, one drafted by numerous neighborhood council presidents, remarries the Hilltop area, but it does it at the expense of Richmond Heights and even part of the North and East neighborhood. One version of this preferred map carves out 79 blocks of north and east and tries to convince them that they share the same issues with Carriage Hills. So I've even been told that the Hilltop area got screwed for the past 2 years, so now it's time for the Richmond Heights and part of north and east to suck it up and accept that for the next 10 years, it's their time to get screwed. There is no simple or equitable solution to this. I have no solutions, and we can all thank Attorney Scott Rafferty for this. He's the one that forced district elections on Richmond and collected a $30,000 payday for his efforts. What worries me the most, though, is that I'm hearing from community leaders and members of the council, without using the words making it clear, in violation of the law, they're trying to politicize these maps to ensure that they and their friends will maintain their control of the council and the city. And then there are the comments about ensuring that we have a black or a brown district. What would anyone think if we insisted on a white district? Sounds pretty racist, doesn't it? Sure does to me. So why is it the opposite of racist to ensure that we have districts made up of largely of any other ethnic group? How is this really?
Time has expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Elsa Stevens. Elsa, you can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, it's very, very simple. All the 102s have a problem of disenfranchising voters. And all the 102s give District 5 a monopoly over the entire coastline. The only one that makes sense is 201. It doesn't disenfranchise anybody, and it does break up the coastline. I'd go with 201. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Mark Wasberg. Okay, I'll move on to Jan Mignoni. Jan Mignoni, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, I'm Jan Mignoni, born and raised in the city of Richmond. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. As you know, 102 maps are the neighborhood council maps that we put together. We worked very hard on trying to find the best way to get people together that wanted to get together. Today is the first day of Black History Month. And we put all of Southside together because Southside is a big part of Black history and Richmond. So they should have the right to work together and be together on what they do. I think that's important that we give the Brown and Black communities their rights so that they can elect people without spending $100,000 to elect somebody. It's not easy to get elected if you've got to ask people for money and they don't want to. We did hear Richmond Heights being upset that they were put up with Carriage Hills, so we moved more to the north and east. And, you know, I am the president of the North and East Neighborhood Council, lived here pretty much all my life. And I'm not really happy that my neighborhood split up, but as big as my neighborhood is, it could be its own district alone, but then all the rest of them would be all out of whack. So that doesn't work. So we wanted to keep corridors together, 23rd Street, McDonald, San Pablo Avenue. We wanted to keep Shoreline and Hilltop together. These are important things that need to happen that one person should be able to communicate these informations. And the shorelines, how more can it be a community of interest is the shorelines. They're all the same. You know, this is supported by a broad section of neighborhoods across the city of Richmond. We've worked very hard to put these maps together. We've had constant conversations for months. We've been working on these maps. And 202 and 203 don't really, are not really fair to all of the communities, especially the Black and Brown communities, no matter how you see it. But I want you to remember that these maps were put together by the people of Richmond for the people of Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take a minute to go back to Don Gosney because the clock said 2 minutes instead of 3 to see if he wanted the extra minute to speak. Don?
I thank you very much, but it's kind of now discontinuous. I'd be
Okay.
shut down in the middle of the sentence. I apologize, but it's not going to do any good to continue my conversation. I already sent an email to the clerk and to the mayor complaining about being shut off after only 2 minutes when this was a public hearing. Thank you very
Okay,
much
I'm
for coming
sorry.
back to me.
Okay, thank you. So I will go back to Mark Wasberg. Mark Wasberg, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Robert Rogers did a survey about 4 years ago. He said 75% of the people in the Iron Triangle and South Side don't vote because you got a high crime area, people don't vote. Now, for the Latino community, now you say there's 55% this and that. Well, you got to realize about 20% are illegal immigrants, so they can't vote. Now, on this map of 102 that McLaughlin and RPA was crying about, it puts the RPA at odds because it puts whoever wants to run for office, they're going to be in conflict with each other. See, this is why McLaughlin and RPA does not want that map. Now you already have Aguado and Johnson. They're going to be running against each other, and both of them are RPA. Now you see how screwed up this is. This is just to put, now for what I could understand is now you have a native Indian who's an American citizen and he can't vote. He's going to have to wait 6 years for them to vote. That's totally 100% illegal under the Constitution. And you have some people who won't be American citizens who are able to vote. These people won't be able to vote. So there's going to be lawsuits going to be flying in federal court. See, this is how screwed up the whole thing is. You see, now you understand? Just because some idiot and her lawyer went in front of the city council and says, we need more Latino women. This is what it's all about. And Don Gosley was right. You go back to the first public hearings. It's all about race. That's all it is. This is how screwed up the whole thing is. And there should be a federal lawsuit filed stopping this district voting. Because I'm going to tell you something, that city council is going to be so screwed up. You're going to have people on there that don't even know what they're doing. You might have people up there 18 years old, 21, 22 that don't know nothing. They're just going to totally screw up the whole city as it is right now. So, I tell you, this whole thing was just one big screw up. And I can't see how you people sit there and put all these maps together because you're going to have to go back and redo it anyway. And people are going to be filing lawsuits because they can't vote. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Lisa Johnson, and the following group of speakers after that will be Eunice, Phillip Rosenthal, Madeline Law, Susan Worley, and Oscar Garcia. Lisa Johnson, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Lisa Johnson, and I've been a Richmond resident for nearly 22 years. I'm proud to say that I've actively participated in this district mapping process since its beginning in 2019. Tonight, I'm speaking in full support of maps 102C, D, and E, as they were developed and are supported by a broad coalition of more than a dozen neighborhood councils throughout our city. They are the most socially just maps. They are the only maps that have legally compliant and defensible Voting Right Act districts for both Hispanics, Latinos, and Blacks, which will ensure the future election of people of color. The RPA claims to support social justice and electing people of color. These maps are the best ones to meet those goals. Ironically, today is the start of Black History Month. People of color are being used for a call to action against establishing 53% Voter Rights Act, legally compliant and defensible districts for both Blacks and Hispanics and Latinos. Why? These maps reunite our Black and Brown communities. They are more equitable as Hispanic, Latinos, Blacks, and whites each have 2 majority districts, which is reflective of the top overall CVAP percentages by race in Richmond. In contrast, maps 201 and 202 create 3 white, 2 Black, and 1 Latino majority district, and no VRA compliant, legally defensible districts. They have the lowest overall population deviations. They respect neighborhood council boundaries to the greatest degree possible. and they are superior in keeping communities of interest together. District 1 retains its strong Hispanic majority. They bring Southside neighbors together in District 3, and this has been their call to action. Hilltop is reunited in District 2 and has a keen interest in the redevelopment of the Hilltop Middle area. They create a shoreline Bay Trail District 5, including Point Richmond, Marina Bay, and the Annex, reflecting voters of similar income levels, ethnicity, and common interests, including commercial. They reunite our 23rd Street and Cutting Boulevard small business corridors. Maps 201 and 202 fail to meet these key objectives, with the sole exception of having a comparable 53% Hispanic Latino District 1. I think we all can recognize there is no perfect map. As NDC said on January 18th, it is routine for cities to require an election cycle for new maps to resolve, especially when you had to start with a badly gerrymandered map that did not equitably represent our community. I live in Point Richmond, a predominantly white area, and if one of the 102 maps that I fully support are adopted, that means that my neighborhood will not get to run or vote for a district representative in back-to-back elections. Is that ideal? No, but I and many others fully understand that this is what is needed for the betterment of all of Richmond. This map was made by the people, for the people, and influences our community for the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Eunice. Eunice, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I am calling to support maps 102C, D, or E. These maps were created through a collaborative effort by neighborhood councils and strive to keep neighborhoods together as much as possible while still complying with the Voters' Rights Act. I grew up in the Hilltop area and my parents still reside there. I reside in current District 4, and I agree that the new boundaries in 102C, D, or E more justly reflect bringing communities of interest together. I wholeheartedly support them. If the council chooses to support maps 201 or 202, which my understanding is were created by a demographics corporation that creates 3 majority white districts and are not VRA compliant, over maps created through a collaborative effort of neighborhood councils that comply with the VRA, I think you would owe the community an explanation as to why. Maps 102C, D, and E all create 2 majority white, Black, and Hispanic districts, and I support a fair map for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Phillip Rosenthal. Phillip, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, and thank you, council members and mayor. I would also like to speak on behalf of maps 102, C, D, or E, preferably 102C. It is, as Lisa Johnson just mentioned, routine to allow election cycles to balance, particularly when something was so obviously and heinously gerrymandered as those original district maps. So I just feel that it's time to stop trying to run run the residents of Richmond against one another by race and allow people to vote based on their common interests, which although different races and different ethnicities have different interests, all in all, we all want to see Richmond as a stronger, better place and a safer place. It is required that legally required that no map shall favor a political party. And that is clearly what maps number 201 and 202 do, clearly favoring RPA supported candidates. It is a very confusing issue, but we are not blind and we are not stupid. Over a dozen neighborhood councils worked together on 102C, D, and E. I am also, like Lisa, in a district where we'll have to give up voting, but we have 10 years. So whatever we do now, we are stuck with. And for those of you who gerrymander, please remember that gerrymandering that shoe can go on the other foot. So the idea is to provide a fair map system to begin with. Worley on Councilman John, who I have heard over and over again talk about the will of the people and the will of the neighborhood councils whenever it's convenient. The will of the people and the will of over a dozen of the neighborhood councils is to support 102 C, D, or E. And so I urge all of you to support 102. And by the way, let's do something legally defensible so we don't end up in yet another mess of lawsuits that we simply cannot afford to support. I yield the rest of the time. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Madeline Law. Madeline, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Butt and Council. My name is Madeline Law. I've been a resident of Richmond, California for over 43 years. I am calling in support of the map submitted by the neighborhood councils, 102C, 102D, and 102E. These maps support an equitable representation of the people living in Richmond. All people, not just a select group. The maps reunite our neighborhood. They represent the 3 dominant ethnicities in Richmond, having 2 Latino districts, 2 African-American districts, and 2 white districts, giving everyone an opportunity to vote for people that look like them or not, but have choices. People will have the ability to reach out to representatives that understand what the needs are of their neighborhoods and not have someone guessing what they are. It is imperative that our future leadership is compassionate and is working for the people and not their own gains. Mass 102C, D, and E makes for a strong district, especially 3, keeping the south side of Richmond united. Giving District 3 an opportunity to maybe investigate the probability of creating a cutting boulevard business corridor, something that hasn't been considered in over 40 years. They also create a new Hilltop district that has an interest in the redevelopment of the Hilltop Mall area. These maps are the future of the city of Richmond and are an opportunity for change. Again, these maps are by the people, for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Susan Worley. Susan, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Susan Worley. I have lived in Richmond for over 33 years. Good evening to Mayor Butt and the council. My household, my neighbors and I are asking that we keep East Richmond connected to Central Richmond. Our geographical and social connection and interests, what the state of California calls communities of interest, is along San Pablo Avenue corridor. Additionally, keeping East Richmond with Central Richmond, which is maps 201 and 202, comply with California's districting criteria, geographically contiguous, maintain undivided neighborhoods, have easily identifiable borders, and are compact. We would like to stay connected to Central Richmond as opposed to being connected to all those places that are essentially in other neighborhoods. I'm also, it's very interesting about the makeup of various neighborhoods, and when people refer to the neighborhood in which I live as a white neighborhood and so forth, my neighbors are so diverse that it's sort of hard for me to quite see it that way. But I'm sure, the numbers are whatever they are. But I think that sometimes it would help for us to get to know our neighbors and know that people who live a couple blocks away probably have the same interests that we have. In any event, I would like to see the Heights, and I don't live in the Heights, and the East Richmond neighbors be able to continue to work together. We work together very well. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Oscar Garcia, and the following group of speakers after that will be Yenny Garcia, Linda Whitmore, Ahmad Anderson, a user named MacBook Pro, and Debbie McIntyre. Oscar Garcia, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening. My name is Oscar Garcia. The Iron Triangle Neighborhood Council voted in support of maps 102C, D, and E because they represent joining neighborhoods that have similar interests. And this notion of deferred voting was not seen as an area of concern by anyone in the Iron Triangle. Personally speaking, I'm also impacted by this deferred voting. And to me, it's more important that we get the districts right. And deferred voting is to me a bogus excuse, to be honest. But I'm here more importantly to defend the Latino community, a community, as you can tell by the census data, that is often too young or perhaps not even US citizens to be able to vote in a city of Richmond election. But map 201 that's being pushed by several folks eliminates a Latino majority district, eliminates. And the folks pushing that, did you know this? And I suspect that many folks are not looking at the eligible voters numbers and instead are focused on the population. I really need to request that our city leaders look at the voting age numbers. That's what matters for the Latino community. If not, you're looking at pushing or eliminating a Latino majority district. Do you want that in your legacy? I mean, and this is all in the context of the Voter Rights Act that was created on the backs of the African American community and their allies as they fought through the Civil Rights Act, so that we have the ability, all have the ability to have a voice. And you want to go against that? Is that how you want your legacy to be defined? So today I do want to push for maps 102 C, D, and E because they were formed by the people for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Yenny Garcia. Yenny, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members and community members. After thoroughly going through the information that was given to all of us in the community, I had a really hard time, before knowing a lot of these things. I was supporting 2 different maps, but at the end of the day to me, what's important is that it's not fair for 6,000 plus voters to not be able to vote in the next 2 elections. And we're in the middle of having something passed in the city of Richmond where any voter, regardless of immigration status, they're gonna be able to vote. And so when we look at the census information, look, I'm gonna be honest, and I'm part of North and East, and I haven't attended a lot of the meetings. And for people to say that, this map or that map represents community members, can we look at the list of the people that are actually in these meetings and that are actually invested and that have actually been there? Because that would give me more reassurance that it is in fact our community that's speaking on behalf of these maps. I think we need to be able to not just take a look at this and say, and this is why I love that we're able to speak on this and we're able to ask questions. But I'm part of the North and East, and I've never been in the North and East. So for someone to say, Jan, and I the North and East council or the North and East Neighborhood Council represents this. I don't know that that's true because I've never been in there. And so, you know, how many other people like myself are there that are not representative of this neighborhood council? So I'm not saying that one or either is wrong. What I'm saying is that we may need a little bit additional time where we are able to come together as a community, really involve everyone. Not, because look, the reality is that a lot of these neighborhood councils, we mean well, but not everyone is included in these in these meetings. And so can we just take a moment to look and see, okay, what map does this like? I was split between 101, 102 and 201. And this is before anything that I knew. And after looking at all the information. And so what I'm asking is, let's really take a step back and look at what the real interest of the community is. And let's keep our eyes on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Linda Whitmore. Linda, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Butt, council members, and city staff. My name is Linda Whitmore. I'm a 30-year resident of Richmond, and I live in the Santa Fe neighborhood. I'm also a member of the Neighborhood Council Coalition. At the first public hearing on January 18th, the coalition submitted map 102. But after we listened to our neighbors from North and East and Richmond Heights, that they felt they were being pushed out of our combining neighborhoods together, we revised our map 102 and withdrew it. We submitted 3 maps, 102C, 102D, and 102E. We did a lot of time working on this, spent a lot of time to ensure we had Voter Rights Act compliant for these districts for both Hispanic and Latinos, District 1, and Blacks in District 3. The Neighborhood Council Coalition developed and supports any of the alternative 102 maps, but I prefer map 102C. Because it's slightly, it unites all of the Pullman and Park Plaza with only 2 neighborhoods in the entire city, only 2 that are being split. That's the Iron Triangle and North and East. And the Iron Triangle must be split to generate a VRA compliant for Hispanic and Latino districts. And the North and East neighborhood must be split as its overall population was too high to keep it all together to meet all of the variances. They're only the only maps that have legal compliant and defensible voting right acts for districts for both Hispanics and Latinos is District 1 and Blacks in District 3 are maps 102, C, D, and E. We want you to really consider what you're doing. When the maps were first created, the South Side was totally destroyed. We were separated. You need to keep your communities together. And the one thing we talked about in the beginning before we started doing redistricting was that you were going to really work hard to make sure the neighborhoods were not separated again, that we had neighborhoods that were combined, that were left intact. And that's what these maps do. Maps 102C, 102D, and 102E, preferably 102C. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ahmad Anderson. Ahmad, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, City of Richmond, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. I have to say that I'm pretty disheartened. For a guy who's born here in 1960 and turning 61 on February 13th of this year, many of those that are sitting on the City Council weren't even around to see what the city went through as we developed into the city of pride and purpose that has now become diluted in this discussion around basically gerrymandering. And the gerrymandering has 2 ways that you can look at it. One is cracking, and that's diluting the voting power of opposing party supporters across many districts. The other is packing, where it's concentrating the opposing party's voter power in one district to reduce their voting power in other districts. Gerrymandering is what it is. Gerrymandering has been used to protect what we see now, the incumbents. It's a way that politicians are picking their voters instead of voters picking their politicians. A power base here that is run on being opposed to the system, changing the system, changing corruption, is now waving the flag of corruption. And it is sad for me to see this happening to my city, your city, in a state, in a country where we are fighting for the Voting Rights Act. The reasons we have challenges in DC for getting this passed is because we can't get it right locally. You are a reflection of the people, but you are not speaking for we the people. You are not doing what is right. You are really waving the flag of the negative connotations of gerrymandering, which is corrupt, and it's corruptive to the democratic process. Look in the mirror and check your he, she, your they, your them, yourself of what you're doing. I support 102C, D or E. I'm asking you to be reflective of what you're doing. This is a shame. Every conversation has been here about race and not about the people. It's not about a shoreline. It's around looking at what we do politically, ethnically, racially, from the linguistics to religion, the socioeconomics of the city. How dare you? How dare you? Look at shame. This is not pride and purpose, the city of pride and purpose, Richmond. This is you not doing the right thing. Tired of the good, doing the people things for the good reasons, do the right thing.
Thank you. The next speaker is a user by the name MacBook Pro. If you'll please state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name's Ardo Rentila. I'm calling from the Fairmead Hilltop Neighborhood Council. And I'm proud to say I was involved with drawing maps 102 C, D, and E. We're extremely proud of it. It's as equitable as you can get. It could be challenged in a court of law, which I assume it's going to be because I know the RPA folks are not going to vote for any map unless they've drawn it themselves. The last map was gerrymandered by the RPA, Mike Parker in particular. It was accepted by the city. So I ask people to call in, endorse maps 102C, D, and E. It's VRA compliant and should be good to go. It speaks to Black History Month. It speaks to equity. And yeah, please vote for it. I know you won't. I'm willing to bet $1,000 you won't. And the proof will be in the pudding after this conversation is over. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Debbie McIntyre, and the following group of speakers after that is Annie P., ACCE Contra Costa, Jim Hansen, Norma, and Brendan B. Debbie McIntyre, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Debbie McIntyre.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, everyone. My name is Deborah McIntyre, and I live in Park Plaza. I support maps 102C, 102D, and 102E. All three were submitted by the neighborhood councils. If I had to select one, my preference would be 102D. Each of these maps will reunite the Park Plaza neighborhood, thereby keeping the neighborhoods united and providing equitable representation. I implore you to approve 102C, 102D, or 102E. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Annie P. Annie, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Annie Fennell. I wanted to thank everyone who worked on these maps. I know it was a lot of work and it's a really difficult task. I believe that map 201 is the best overall option for most residents of Richmond. making the least disenfranchisement across communities. Map 102 has over 8,000 voters who would go for 2 cycles without being able to vote on a representative and select who gives a voice for them. Well, someone like me, a white voter in District 6 currently, would end up having 2 elections in a row where I get to have a say. And the voters who are going to be silenced doubly are predominantly Black and Brown communities here in my district in 6, as well as some voters in the Iron Triangle. And you can definitely make a map that meets the legal requirements, but that doesn't make it equitable. And that's why our country is the way that it is right now. Even if it can hold up in a court of law, that doesn't make it right. So I really hope that you'll select map 201 and continue to give voice to as many Richmond residents as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is ACCE, Contra Costa. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is David Sharples with the community group ACE, and I'm a Richmond resident. And I was calling to speak out in support of map 201 and in opposition to map 102. I think the thing that concerns me the most is that thousands of voters that weren't able to vote in 2020 would also not be able to vote in 2022 if we go with map 102. And so for that reason, I support map 201. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jim Hansen. Jim, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, Mayor and members of council. My name is Jim Hansen. I'm speaking on behalf of East Richmond's Neighborhood Council. I'll start by saying that regardless of anything else, everybody who's worked on this districting stuff under the rules given us by the legislature knows it's very difficult, and we do agree on that. And I'll come back to that point. But first, I'm going to briefly introduce you to our area because it sounds like it's needed. We are San Pablo Avenue East. Most of our residents are Hispanic, the term used in the 2020 census. Overall, we are a population of multiple colors, ages, and backgrounds. And this is a big reason we value the current district, as it appears to be represented in 201, 202. East Richmond is made up of teachers, including special needs teachers, electricians, folks in the new digital economy, and nearly every other type of job. Many households have lived here for 30 years or more, raising their kids through young adulthood. Some folks have left and new families are moving in. We go to grocery outlets, small food establishments, and other places along the San Pablo corridor, and we're working to make it better. Our physical, social, and economic connection has been and continues to be to San Pablo Avenue in central Richmond. And one more thing, East Richmond contributes to all of Richmond. Some of this voluntary effort comes from retirees in the neighborhood who have or continue to work citywide on a lot of things that are good works. And when Jen Mignoni and I organized a District 6 candidates night, each candidate got the same exact question. But our council doesn't endorse candidates. We know that neighbors need to be able to come to their own conclusions. Clearly, districting under the rules given us is difficult. Just today, looking for figures on the Dave's draft maps on the city website, I saw these 3 new 102 maps, which include major changes to north and east, potentially shifting all, San Pablo Avenue businesses to a council district centered miles away. There simply is no perfect district map, but zooming out from these maps, I suspect the truth will boil down to that it's going to take all of us to make Richmond work and thrive. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Norma. Norma, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Norma. I'm a native of Richmond. I endorse map 102C, D, 102D, 102E, keeping communities with common interests and business corridors largely kept together. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Brendan B. And the following group of speakers after that will be Randy Joseph, Lori Hart, Cesar Zepeda, Emily Ross, and Luis. Brendan B., you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is Brendan Boland. I'm a resident of District 6. I believe that MAP 201 is the best option to address all of the issues of the city. The MAPS 102 series do not account for traditional redistricting principles like respecting voters' choice and continuing office, preserving the core existing districts that we have, as well as 102 kind of disenfranchises over 8,000 voters whose rights would be deferred for the second consecutive time during redistricting. So for these reasons, I believe that MAP 201 is best, and I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Randy Joseph. Randy, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Randy Joseph?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Randy Joseph. I'm trying to go Richmond resident. And I'm here today to say that I recommend MAP 201. It does the less to disenfranchised voters. I hear people talking about that they're okay with not voting and having another election to pass and not voting and saying that that's okay. And I don't feel that they have the right to say that and to speak for everybody to say that they're okay with people not voting. That disenfranchises a lot of people. And that should not be the answer to the question of how do we equitably have people come to the elections. For me, MAP 201 does the safe bet of making sure that people get to vote elections, and it doesn't break up neighborhoods. And funny that I hear that Richmond Neighborhood Council said that they work together with other neighborhood councils, and then other people said only 11 neighborhood councils work together to get this done. And to come to find out there's 37 neighborhood councils. So 11 out of 37 is not a good percentage of people to say that they came with the community together to come up with an answer for a map. For me, splitting neighborhoods into different sections, not helping, not looking at things, talking about we want to keep the community together, but then go into different neighborhoods and neighborhood council and split them up is not the answer. So for my vote, I want you to please look at MAP 201 and vote for that one. I yield my turn.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lori Hart. Lori, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. We've heard a lot or several times mentioned Black history. And it's interesting that it's Black History Month because Black history is all about unity. Keeping in mind, the neighborhood councils came together. All 36 neighborhood councils were invited to come together. And those that wanted to come together to revise these maps, to talk about them, they did. So we came together and we even revised the maps based on some of the issues and concerns that other people had. I support maps 102, C, D, or E. It gives equal ethnic representation. It keeps the quarters together. It aligns the common interests. It reunifies groups that were split. It's very easily identifiable, and it has the lowest deviation. So I will echo previous voices and please be mindful of your constituents with regards to 102, C, D, and E. These maps were created by the people and for the people. And I urge you to listen to the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Cesar Zepeda. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me, hopefully?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, council members, mayor, and people of the public. Just a reminder, the California Voting Rights Act and the Federal Voting Rights Act speaks about representation of minorities of the protected class. It does not speak about anything that borders the water. It does not speak about a lot of the topics that people are discussing. So it's about giving people the right to vote for who they want to. Now, just because you're creating a district that's predominantly Latino does not mean that they have to vote for someone Latino. So keeping that in mind, people are not going to be held back from voting. This next election, they're going to be voting for mayor. Now, I am all for people voting. I go out there and get people to vote as much as possible. If you take a look at the map and which areas might not have a chance to vote, if you go with map 102, the majority of that comes from Point Richmond, where it has a big, large population of white individuals. And now you're going to give more representation to the people of color that have been needing it for many, many, many years. 3/4 of Richmond have been underrepresented in every city council for at least 30 years. There's many communities that have not had anyone elected to those communities in, again, over 30 years. District elections is going to help that, and getting the right map is going to help that. We have 32 miles of shoreline. Currently, 2 districts share that shoreline, and it's District 2 and it's District 5. If you go with map 102, you'll still have 2 districts sharing the shoreline, which will be District 2 and District 5. So we're not splitting up the shoreline there. And if we really care about people wanting to vote for everyone, the city council does have the right to put themselves up for election in 2022. So everyone can start fresh and everyone gets to vote for the city council this November. We start out fresh, brand new census, brand new districts. We get to have that representation from the beginning. And I think that is all for my notes here. So thank you so much. Hopefully you vote for one of the maps for 102, C, D, or E. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Emily Ross. Emily, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, council and community. My name is Emily Ross. I'm a Richmond resident. Wanting to touch on a couple of points. The first is gerrymandering. That accusation is being made a lot, and particularly about the existing map that we already have. So just wanted to share that when Richmond shifted from at-large whole city elections to district-based elections in 2020, the city council held a series of 5 public hearings. City staff held 5 community workshops, a similar process to what we're going through now, so that Richmond residents could help plan the district maps. The current map 115B was selected with broad support from the community and city council, with council members Bates, Martinez, Willis, Vice Mayor Choi, and Mayor Butt all voting yes on that. Councilmember Johnson was absent and Councilmember Myrick abstained, but it was a different council that adopted that map, and it certainly wasn't like an RPA created map. This current map 201, which I support, was generated by an independent consultant, maintains continuity with the previously adopted map, which, as mentioned, was broadly supported, and doesn't disrupt the voting sequence of residents for their district representative. I understand that a coalition of folks worked to create the 102 maps, but it's inaccurate to say those maps are representative of the desires of the community when those maps render thousands of people unable to vote for a 6-year period. So from 2018 to 2024, thousands of people wouldn't be able to vote for a council representative. On a personal note, I joined a new neighborhood council in July. Our neighborhood is large, but our neighborhood council is very small, typically around 10 people at those meetings. Redistricting has been discussed briefly in a few of those meetings. And contrary to what the president of my neighborhood council said, I did raise a concern about deferred voters, most recently at the January 19th meeting. At that small meeting, no one was concerned about disenfranchisement of our neighbors, but I don't think it's accurate to speak for the whole neighborhood or the many thousand other residents across the city who wouldn't be able to vote. for a representative if any of the 102 maps were adopted. I know the council is facing a big task trying to bridge the conflicting requests of your constituents tonight. There is no perfect map, as people have said. Whichever is adopted, I hope our electeds will work for the whole of Richmond and that these divisive conversations that pit neighbors against neighbors will stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Luis, and the following group of speakers will be Bhavin Khatri, Samuel Lewis, Katrinka Ruck, phone number ending in 2352, and Barbara Tanaka. Luis, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, council. So sorry, my name is Luis, Richmond community member, educator, family member. I'm calling tonight in support of map 201. It seems like the best option to address specifically the concerns about folks being able to vote in the next election, and not keeping folks from voting. I would also advocate for more time to analyze maps, the 102 series, and just to really look at what each map entails. It seems like they were submitted kind of late. So, you know, I think we could all use a little bit more time to really look at those maps in particular. It seems like those are very popular among some folks. Like I said, I myself would support 201. I would also maybe consider approaching or drawing an entirely new map, just considering how many voices are coming to the table. But overall, I would support 201. The last thing I would say is to the individual who brought up Mike Parker's name, how much of a coward do you really have to be to bring up a dead person's name to support your point? And with that, I'll end my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Bhavin Khatri. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and council member. Bhavin Khatri here. I'm the president of the Hilltop District Neighborhood Council. Even though our district wasn't part of generating the map that is supported by majority of neighborhood council, I am calling to support map 102C, D, or E. I'm not going to say anything different than many before me have said at this hearing. It's quite clear to me and should be to you as well what the community wants and what your constituents want. It's rarely when majority of Richmond is united on anything, but that is, this is one of those times when majority of Richmond is. You're all elected to represent your constituents, and I encourage you to do the right thing and adopt either map 102C, D, or E. With that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Samuel Lewis. Samuel, you have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Sam Lewis, and I've been a Richmond resident for the past 50 years. And I do have to say that I'm rather disappointed in the way this thing is actually going out. Because when you exclude a large number of the population, like you're.
Sorry, that number got disconnected. Let me grab it again. Just a second. Samuel?
Yes. Can you hear
Sorry.
me?
Yes, go ahead.
That's okay. As I said, my name is Samuel Lewis. I've been a Richmond resident for the past 50 years. And I have to say that, again, I'm disappointed because when we're excluding a large population, not letting them vote, then that's just wrong. Remember, as our elected officials, sometimes we don't know what we need. But you guys, as our elected officials, we're counting on you to do the right thing, no matter what. We will vote for you over and over, but we want you to do the right thing. And by you guys putting together, well, not you, but by those councils putting together those maps 102, 10 C, D, and E. That's just wrong. I urge you all to vote for 201 because again, it makes more sense. It makes it a lot fairer. Again, I can understand the coalition's point of saying, well, the neighborhood council did this, but who are those people who are representing the neighborhood council? Are you being fair? Are you looking at the overall population? And please stop tossing words around like it's Black History Month. You represent the minorities itself. Well, guess what? We want to be all inclusive ourselves. So again, please do the right thing. 201 is the right thing. Why would you exclude those people from voting itself? I mean, we're, what is this, the era of Trump? Again, please do the right thing. It does not make sense for us to have a debate about something that you know that's going to exclude a large population itself. Again, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is phone number ending in 2352, and the following group of speakers after that will be Susan Singh, Naomi Williams, Garland Ellis, Ellie, and Paul Carmen. Phone number ending in 2352. Please unmute yourself by pushing *6. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is James Daniels. I'm a member of ACE, and I'm supporting 201. I don't know who had the bill 102 for redistricting different areas, but the thing about it, people had a right to vote. We have fought long and hard to fight to vote anytime we wanted to, and you're going to take this away from us? I don't think so. You don't have that right to do that. So you need to change your mind and your hearts and vote for 201. Keep it our city of Richmond together, not apart. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Susan Singh. Susan, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Susan Singh. Okay, give me a second. Susan Singh, if you can please unmute yourself. Okay, not working. I'll try to come back to her. The next speaker will be Naomi Williams. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Richmond City Council and all the interested parties. I have been in Richmond over a century, and I came over here because of my job. But I want to make sure that I've heard everybody speak, and I agree with the majority of you. I want you to pick 102 C, D, or E. My preference, though, is 102 C, and that's because of, well, anyway, pick 102 C. That would be good. But somebody was saying about us meeting and talking about who are these people that's in districts and talking about 102. I am a resident of the South Side. I've lived here. We've been neglected for all this time. We didn't vote in the last election, so we're going to vote in this election because it's our turn. We have a new district elections. Now, what would really be fair if we just scratch all 6 of the districts and start from scratch again. Then everybody can move around and see what they're gonna get. But it is what it is. But please consider, we have everything that the states say we needed in ours, and we united our neighborhood councils, and that was what the purpose was, to unite us because we work on the same thing. We have the same problems. Now, for one neighborhood, not one neighborhood, one district, to say that we want to do something, I wanted to have it scratched and start all over again, but that's not what happened. I just want to be fair and let everybody know that I am a fair person. And just, I don't follow rules that somebody just throw out. I look at the legal side of it and follow those. It's for the people and by the people. So please consider that. And if you voted last time, you shouldn't vote this time anyway. So it's not your turn. Okay, so I'm finished for the night. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Garland Ellis. Garland, you have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, council and mayor. My name is Garland Ellis. I live in the annex. The city is the one who chose to have staggered elections for different districts through different years. They chose not to have them all at one time. They chose to have a few each year. And so some people are saying they don't get to vote this coming year. They already voted. They voted in their district in a previous year. Some of them will get to vote this year, and there might even be some districts that are put off till the next election cycle. Everybody gets to vote. Everybody gets to go to the polls. They may not be able to vote for the person they want to this time, but guess what? Half the people I vote for never win anyway, but it doesn't keep me from going to the polls and voting. A majority of the people of Richmond have chosen map 102 earlier. Now they're bringing it down to 102 C, D, or E. A majority of the people. Why should we be fair to the politicians? Why shouldn't we be fair to the people? After all, that's what the process is for. The politicians are supposed to serve the people. The politicians are supposed to be looking out for the people. The people are the ones who've been speaking out the most for map 102. There was a collaborative agreement amongst many of the neighborhood councils to try and make things more even for the different areas. You'll find that not everybody agrees, but on this is one thing that many of the people, the residents of the city, do agree upon. Not all the neighborhood councils signed up, even though they were involved in the process. Just because 11 neighborhoods signed up doesn't mean that there wasn't 16, 20 different neighborhoods that endorsed the selection. The reason why they didn't sign on is because they didn't get to talk to all of the members of their area. What we need is map 102, C, D, or E, and let's try to unify the people of Richmond and not try to make this a politician's choice. After all, we're supposed to be serving the people. Isn't that what the job's all about? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Eli. Eli, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, hello, council, mayor, community. My name is Eli Moore. I'm a resident of Richmond, and I think I just have a couple short comments. The first one is on the city's website for redistricting. It says that revisions to the maps could be submitted until January 21st. So it's not clear to me how yesterday 3 new maps were submitted, and that really didn't give enough time for the public, or it seems like the council, to understand them and compare them. My other comment is that So there are what, 6,000 voters who would be excluded in these different 102 maps. And yet people are saying that they represent the people, the people's maps. And this country has a long history of the majority voting to exclude a small number of voters. And I don't think that's what we want to do. I don't think that was the spirit behind why redistricting is being, why district elections are being pushed. And so it seems like there really should be an overriding reason why 6,000 voters should wait 6 years to vote in a city, between voting and city council elections. The last comment is more on the personal level. So I'm just wondering if the creators of 102 knew where council member Jimenez lived, because it seems like they were able to draw that line just right a couple blocks on the other side of her house to put her into District 4 and force her in the next election to run in a different district. And remember that she was elected by a huge majority just a little over a year ago, more votes than her two opponents combined. So I do think that when we're talking about representing the people and democracy, we need to remember what actually happened when the voters voted. And we shouldn't be drawing maps that undermine what people actually voted for. That's all. Thank you. I see my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Paul Carmen, and the following group of speakers after that is Rita Baruch, Sean Dunning, Michelle Rappaport, Edith, and Deborah Bayer. Paul Carmen, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Paul Carmen, if you could please unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm Paul Carmen, Richmond resident. I'm not here to, I don't prefer any map over any other map. I'm just curious, I'd like it to be divulged during this hearing why at the last minute 102B was switched out for 102C, D, or E. I think we all need to know why. Everyone spoke glowingly about it just at last week's hearing, and then it's been ditched. And so I'm just curious. So I'd like it known during this hearing why it was switched out. My only other point is, I think people are just a little too focused on 2022. It's a 10-year decision. And even with map 102, by 2026, 5 of the 6 districts will have a Hispanic highest voting population. And by the time we have to redraw these maps in 10 years, all Richmond districts will be Hispanic highest population. So while we're sitting here focusing on balancing these ethnicities for 2022, which is fine, and balancing ethnicities is important, to not just focus on it so narrowly that maybe other things that need to be taken into consideration are lost. Okay, that's all I had to say. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rita Baruch. Rita, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. I am a 21-year resident of Richmond, and and also a 23-year Richmond social worker, now retired. I want to say that I think that disenfranchisement matters a great deal. In the next 6 years, we will be facing many crucial issues in Richmond, and I want everyone living in Richmond to have their vote. I think that it really cannot be understated. And it will be more than 6,000 who would be disenfranchised, especially if people who are not yet citizens are also able to vote. You know, we have issues that affect so many of our residents: affordable housing, healthy economy, environmental problems. We absolutely need everyone to elect the person that they think can best represent them. And I reject the idea that it should just be based on race or ethnicity. I think we must elect city council persons who can carefully listen to the concerns of all the people in their residence, and regardless of race or ethnicity. And, you know, I live 1 block from San Pablo Avenue. It's East Richmond, but it's San Pablo Avenue corridor. And there are at least 7 languages spoken on my block alone. I would tell you the countries, but in the interest of time, I see this city becoming happily getting increasingly diverse. It is not only the major groups that we're talking about, but people from many other countries. And well, people who have been here for many years, but may have ethnic roots in other countries. You know, we need to think about what's best for a united Richmond. And I think that disenfranchising, you know, it could be a lot more than 6,000 even, that runs counter to what we need to be doing. We need participatory democracy. We need more engagement, not less. And, you know, when you can vote, you feel you have a say. It brings you to meetings. It brings you out. It helps you to find your voice. So I think it's very important to focus on that. And I do support 201 because it does not disenfranchise anyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sean Dunning. Sean, you have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sean Dunning. I'm a Richmond resident, and you know, I'm not actually calling in support or opposition of one map or the other, but rather in support of representative democracy. And this is a call to our elected leaders to consider whom you represent. You know, when the word constituency comes up, it's important to consider that you're not there just to pass what you believe is best, but what your constituents believe is best. And let's face it, this is a really challenging problem to solve. Valid points are being made on both sides. But with regard to sides, think about how we got to this point. I'm wondering if anybody on either side, frankly, engaged with people on the other side to try to work something out before we got to tonight. Or is this just another competition where we get to a vote and you cast your vote according to what you want? It's your prerogative to vote however you want. But one thing that we're hearing tonight is one side, at least, is giving a whole bunch of reasons, and they're discussing how a lot of different people got together. And do they represent everybody? No. And I agree. That's a valid point that you know, we need to get more involvement on the community level. We do have 37 neighborhood councils, but only about half of them are actually active. So that's a problem. We need to get a lot more involvement on the local level. Nevertheless, when it comes to casting your vote as an elected leader, if you really care about democracy, you ought to be representing the people. Now, it'd be nice if we could have a referendum and really understand what the people want and not claim to know. But one thing we're hearing tonight is evidence of work on the community level in multiple neighborhoods speaking to this issue. I haven't heard on the other side how those ideas were derived. I'm not criticizing them one way or another. I'm just saying at the end of the day, when it comes to having to cast your vote, forget about what you personally believe and listen to the voters. Listen to your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Michelle Rappaport. Michelle, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you. I'm Michelle Rappaport. Have lived in Richmond for 34 years. And I'm calling to support 201 or 202. And I also want to say that I would really appreciate having more time to look at this, because I do hear the concerns of people in other neighborhoods. I'm really impressed that there are folks who feel so strongly about 102C, D, and E. I know that those don't necessarily work for my neighborhood. We would be swallowed up into another very large community that isn't in our immediate area and won't have our concerns. So I'm concerned because neither of those maps seem to work for both of us, the people who seem to feel strongly. But I like to come to some kind of peaceful conclusion to these things. So I would like more time. And I really appreciated the other gentleman who was talking about having more time to be able to really process and think about these maps. I didn't see anybody who liked 102 coming out and reaching out and saying, I think this could work for you guys too. There seemed to be a lot of concern that people have been disenfranchised and a lot of anger. And I'm really sorry about that. I wish that wasn't the case. So I would like to see this take us a little bit longer if that's possible. And I would like to have a representative who would be able to listen and care about what our small neighborhood is. But that's really no different than people who feel that they have been disenfranchised for years. So I just want to, I do think that the resolution of this is possible by giving us a little bit more time and by having us have a few more conversations with the people who did all the work in other communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Edith. Edith, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Edith Pastrano. I'm a lifelong Richmond resident. I don't think that keeping people out of the voting process is ethical. People fought and died to protect our freedom to vote. And yeah, I've heard a lot of folks talking today about why they wanted to choose X, Y, and Z map. But it seems to me that the one that will not keep people away from the voting polls is 201. So I choose 201, and I hope that you all on the council also consider that the people are going to vote for you if you are who they represent. And please do not let a large portion of our community be left out during the voting process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Deborah Bayer, and the following group of speakers after that will be Marisol Cantu, Lori Polson, Terry Werner, Sarah Cantor, Susan Singh, and David Gutfield. Deborah Bayer, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I do not care about which map is adopted because someone's going to be, I mean, I don't want to set, I feel really bad about this whole thing because we're only doing this because we are forced to, sort of against our will. There wasn't a push to get district voting earlier before that lawyer popped up, and now there's so much anger being generated, and that's what really upsets me. And I almost feel like the people who seem to care most are the people who had worked in concert with the neighborhood councils, and that map is perfectly all right with me. I don't like it, but you know, doesn't do me that well, but I can live with it. And I can vote for, you know, if I don't vote this year, I'll vote next time, because it's going to be upsetting to somebody. And I really appreciate the energy that a lot of citizens put into this. And but one thing that does disturb me, and I appreciate the speaker who said, who kind of chided somebody else for saying this is Mike Parker's map. As far as, and I think that is tacky to speak of the dead in that way, for me, especially a man that I really respected and kind of loved. And there's this part of the anger, part of what upsets me about the anger is there's this sort of underlying feeling like, oh, this is the RPA's map, you know, and the last time it was a gerrymandered map. When I look at all of these maps, none of them look gerrymandered to me. The weirdest district is the one on the shoreline that goes all the way up, you know, to Pinole, and that seems weird to me. But I know that none of them are gerrymandered, and I don't think the RPA made any of these maps. So I think we hired this work out to a demographer. So I would like to have that. Maybe I'll be surprised, but I would kind of like to have that rumor or that point of view squelched if it's not true, because I think that's adding fuel to the agitation that we really don't need in the city. I want a council that works for all of us. And if people care that much about keeping those sort of inner councils together, then yeah, I support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Marisol Cantu. Marisol, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Marisol Cantu. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I am a third generation Richmond resident, and I live in the North and East neighborhood, Richmond Heights. And I am very concerned, first, that the neighborhood councils would submit to 3 new maps without allowing enough time for our community to really engage with those maps. And so first, I want to ask for more time to look at those maps more thoroughly. And second, I am very concerned that map 102 in particular, any version would actually disenfranchise thousands of voters. I'm talking between 6,000 to 8,000 voters who couldn't actually vote in previous districts and not be able to vote again. Regardless of race, in our country, we have a history of gerrymandering, and this is not that. We have to look at this for all voters who have a right to vote. And I second want to point out that our Latinx representation in the entire city of Richmond is growing, and that we will be living with these maps for the next 10 years. And so map 201 allows for that growth. It doesn't disenfranchise voters. And it in particular is a very good map that follows the traditional redistricting principles. I'm concerned about neighborhood councils that have been exclusionary, that have been primarily racist, have been generally small in their meetings to 6 to 10 people. Just because you are in a 6 to 10 neighborhood council does not mean that you speak for the thousands of people that are in a single district. And so I do believe that map 102, if there was a vote, map 201 should be the map for a vote if it was tonight. However, I believe that we do need more time as community members who have been excluded from neighborhood council meetings, who don't know neighborhood councils, to be able to really look at the maps in an equitable lens. And I yield more time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lori Polson. Lori, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. And yeah, lots of respect to everybody who worked on these maps and who's been studying this issue in such depth. I'm really grateful. I've been looking at a lot of the numbers attached to the maps, and I appreciate all the information shared. I live in East Richmond, about 6 blocks above San Pablo. I used to live in the North and East. I've been a Richmond resident 28 years, and I have my business here. I have to say, I'm sure there have been historical problems. You know, it's just, we're part of this country, part of this world, and I'm sure it's true. And so I'm not well enough educated about what those have been, and I appreciate that people are looking at that. And I think it's probably merits further elaboration. What problems there have been, who's been disenfranchised. I certainly don't think we want to disenfranchise more people. I was concerned that there are 3 new maps added, and I've been looking at them while we've been talking. I appreciate the note about the Hispanic majority, voting majority in the 102 maps. That speaks volumes, but I also hear that Hispanics are going to be a majority by 2026 in Richmond. So I'm not sure that we have to remedy that in this way by disenfranchising voters. I like a couple of people have suggested more time. I don't know if that's possible, but I think that this is an enormous topic and it could merit some more time. And I have to say, I haven't not appreciated the by the people, for the people slogan. It's beautiful. And I understand these maps. A lot of people worked on these, but 11 councils out of 37 councils is not a majority. I've heard, people refer to the majority like these maps, and I just don't appreciate it being represented that way. I think it's important not to just kind of, roll over the fact that there are many points of view and many councils that aren't here speaking tonight. So thanks very much. I'll try not to repeat myself and appreciate everyone's work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sarah Cantor. Sarah, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi there. Thank you so much for taking my call. So I am calling, questioning the maps 102, C, D, and E. The number one question that I have is a question that's been asked a few times, and I just want to say it again, which is, why were these maps allowed? The process very clearly states that the drawer of a map can withdraw a particular map and submit a new version of it by January 21st. And then it also states that these maps were submitted on January 31st. So I would love some answers around that, because it isn't enough time. I really understand what's going on with the maps, and I haven't had enough time to look at these and to really form a strong opinion about them yet. And if I, as like somebody who already has spent hours with these and will in the future, can't figure it out in 24 hours when I am working, et cetera, a lot of other people can't too. I also really want to highlight the point that's made about the neighborhood councils not representing the majority. There very well could be some neighborhood councils that are well attended, that represent their neighborhoods. My neighborhood council is not one of those. I have heard from multiple people who live in other neighborhoods that they either don't go to their neighborhood council because it's just a couple of people sitting around and they really don't represent anybody, so it's worthless, or that they tried to go and were kicked out, and because they didn't agree politically with what the heads of the neighborhood councils had to say. The neighborhood council system was devised to have neighborhoods interact with the police department, and therefore people who gravitated towards the neighborhood councils have a really specific point of view on what has become a really hot button issue this year of the police. And so saying that neighborhood councils represent the majority, rather than saying that actually the neighborhood councils are a way for pro-police residents to organize themselves and then say that they are representing the majority. That can't just be claimed. I think that when we look at the numbers, when you actually look at how people have voted, you saw what happened. The council members who are currently sitting on the council are elected. The neighborhood council people who come to these meetings don't like those individuals. And now to then claim, and that's fine. You don't have to. You're welcome to organize against your political opponents. But to claim that that's not what you're doing, and to claim that you are representing the entire city, is a lie. And I don't really like any of the maps. I don't think that any of them are great, but I think that 201 is the closest to what we have now, which again, went through a huge process a couple years ago and is fine. And I think we should stick with that one. But that's only if we have to vote tonight. I don't think we should be voting on 102C, D, or E tonight. I think that we need more time with them. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will try Susan Singh again. Susan, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. If you'll please unmute yourself. Susan Singh.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay. Well, my name is Susan Singh, and I've been a Richmond resident for 16 years, and I live in the Hilltop District. And I'm a member of ACE. And I think that if thousands of voters do not get to vote on map 102, then that's very unfair. It's inequitable, just plain wrong, un-American, and to me it sounds just downright fishy. So therefore I support 201. And also I don't understand why they didn't get a demographer to make out these maps instead of a small number of neighborhood councils. It just does not make sense to me, and I think it's wrong. Anyhow, I strongly support 201, even though it's not perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker will be David Gutfield. David, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You for council. It's a lot of work, and I just want to appreciate all your time for that, because it really is a lot of work. I just want to call and express my support for map 201. I would echo a lot of the comments that have been said already about 102, but I'm concerned with it's just too rushed. It's an inadequacy in terms of the time that people have to consider it. It lacks a fair representation. I can say as a Richmond resident now for over 5 years that my experience in neighborhood councils has not been positive. It's a gathering of people that don't seem to be a part of the community in my experience. And the 102 specifically seems to disenfranchise local folks, particularly folks who have borne the brunt of so much of our disenfranchisement across history, and especially in our community. I think it's important that we really consider future growth as we're figuring out how we set up things up. I've got young kids. I'm a homeowner here in Richmond. It's really important for me for the next decade that my family is that we can be proud of. Anyways, thanks so much.
Thank you. And that was the last public speaker.
So I'm now closing the public hearing, and the purpose of this exercise was to receive public input. And I believe that a lot of public input has been received. And, I'm hoping council members, you guys have already had a chance to weigh in on this. I'm hoping you'll just, we've got a lot of business tonight, and there's no decision to be made. If you want to speak, I'll call on you, but so go ahead, Councilmember Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one question that I'm a little bit unclear on. Staff indicated the demographics of the population. My question is, does the demographics represent the population in a district, or does it also represent the voting population in the district? There's a difference from my perspective.
Yes, and would you like me to answer that question now, Mayor, or take questions after? Or?
Yeah, go ahead and answer it.
So on the demographic summaries that are posted with each of the maps, we provide each of those categories of which Councilman Bates just referred to. So we have total population, we have the citizen voting age population, we have registered voters, we have other categories as well. The Voting Rights Act looks to the citizen voting age population when they're looking for a majority minority district that has not had a history of being able to elect the candidates of their choice.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Willis.
A quick question and some clarifying comments. Up to the consultant, what exactly are you looking for today in terms of council direction or input? Because I feel like that got said before we started the public comment process.
We're not taking a vote on this tonight, so they're just listening to what people want. So this is not an action item.
Okay, well, a couple of clarifying things and just a couple of FYIs. I would suggest that people go to the January 14th meeting minutes and or video for the public comment and period where we were talking about the maps before maps were adopted. January 14th, 2020. At that time, because it's been said a lot and it's been confusing to me personally, but at that time, the only RPA affiliates on the council were myself and Eduardo Martinez. The other folks on the council were not RPA affiliates, unless you want to count Ben Choi, but he had since respectfully separated himself from the group for his own reasons. And one comment that honestly struck a chord with me that I need to set the record straight about Mike Parker creating a map for 115 and pushing the map. As a matter of fact, Mike Parker did create a map, and it was map 103, because he felt that it was important that every council member, every candidate, and every district, as much as humanly possible, should have access and responsibility for the shoreline. He submitted a map that made the maximum amount of districts possible and advocated for a map that we did not adopt for it to make sure that we all had some sort of responsibility for the shoreline. And secondly, I believe a lot of groups that I've worked with over the years were advocating for 102, not 115B. That motion was set forward by, respectfully, Councilmember Nat Bates, seconded by Eduardo Martinez, and the only person that didn't end up voting for it was, I believe, Councilmember Myrick, who abstained, and also Vice Mayor Johnson, who was absent that day. So I don't know how this turned into an RPA gerrymandering thing. It's been confusing from the beginning, but I would suggest that people go check out the January 14th, 2020 video. And secondly, I just want to reiterate again, I voted against or abstained from district elections when this first came up for the same reason that I have right now. It has splintered our freaking community in the worst way possible. People are getting way too territorial about the areas when we just need to be real. I'm done with my comments.
Whoop. While Councilmember Willis is recovering from his accident, I'll call on Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
I hope he's not injured.
Yeah, I hope so too. I think he's okay since he was talking that he finished his comments. So Melvin, hope you're doing okay. My comment is that I think all of us have at least shared a perspective either at the last meeting or this meeting, or asked questions, except for you, Mayor Butt. I'm wondering if you could share with us your perspective.
Well, I really don't have a dog in this fight. So, and if I did, I'd get outvoted anyway. So, I'm not going to weigh in on it.
You have a vote.
I know I have a vote, but what I'm saying is I'm going to get outvoted by the city council. I get outvoted on everything. So why bother?
Let's move to the next item, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Butt, on this item, it says select the map and establish district boundaries. So are we going to set up another meeting with NDC?
Well, the item says The item says hold the fourth public hearing, receive public input. Oh, you're right. Select a map to establish district boundaries. Oh, I didn't see that. I thought, I guess so. I apologize. This is an action item. So
But just to be clear
I guess we'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, but just to be clear that even though there is an action item on the agenda report, the council does have the discretion to just to hold another public hearing and defer the decision to a later date. Just want to make sure that.
Okay. Well, what's your pleasure, City Council? You want to have another meeting, or you want to vote on a map?
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I make a motion, we close the public hearing.
I've already closed it.
Okay, and that we, as a council, review the various comments, get whatever information we seek from the staff, and at a later date, make a determination of the boundaries and how the district should be reflected.
I'll second that.
Are you talking about doing that tonight?
No, at a later date.
At a later date. Okay, so who seconded that?
Willis.
Member Willis.
Okay, so
I have a question before, if I may.
Let's go ahead.
Yeah, so there were several comments about the deadline to submit maps that I believe was January 21st, as the people said. But then we hear that they will draw the maps and then they submit it on January 31st or yesterday. So I just wondering what happened with that, and just kind of like for the public to know what the process is, because there is information that doesn't match the action that we are taking.
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to respond?
Go ahead and answer that.
Yes, so typically at the last meeting, we would have identified focus maps, and there weren't clear focus maps identified. Typically, after the focus maps are identified, we allow revisions to the focus maps only. So because that step didn't happen exactly as we contemplated when we had set out the schedule, when we received revisions to the draft maps, which we thought was just a revision to 102, it turned out to maybe to be a little bit more than just a revision. As I was producing those maps, I realized it was more than just a revision to the maps. I made the decision to move forward just in the interest of inclusivity, and so that we didn't deny anyone their voice to have input on maps.
So
but the deadline has passed now.
If I may, is this communicated to everybody and other people knew about it, or how this process was done? So it was like, because it seems that not everybody knew about it. So how that decision was made, if you took that decision, how do you guarantee that it was communicated to the public, so that if other folks who had submitted other maps, they could have the same time and the same opportunity to revise their maps and submit it then?
The information that is on the city clerk's website says that revisions to maps that were submitted were allowed up until January 21st.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
so
but then the map was submitted by yesterday.
For a map that was previously submitted. So it was supposed to be a revision, but like Shirley said, it turned out to be more than just a revision. And she was allowed so that everyone could be, inclusive.
Yeah, but my question is, how, if that revision was for one map, how other people who had already submitted maps knew about this, and that was communicated for all of them in a matter that everybody who submitted a map could have done revisions.
I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure if, I believe the individuals that submitted 102 just submitted it. So, and they submitted it after the deadline. So they just went ahead and did it.
So we are looking at maps that passed the deadline and just and they submitted and did it. So who made the decision about because they were 3 new maps, and I am not saying that we should not revise it, but like the process is important here, right? And this is what I am talking about. Who made the decision and how that decision was making sure that everybody knew and had the opportunity to revise their map that they had already submitted. Or it was just one map, one group of people who decided and submitted, and you allow that, and the other people didn't have a chance. This is my point. So I just want the answer.
I can speak to that, and you're absolutely right. They were submitted after the deadline. Ms. Christian forwarded them to us so that I would know they were submitted. I went ahead and produced them because I'd rather the council make the decision whether to accept them or not, rather than us. So you can make the decision to reject them if they were after the deadline. But you're absolutely right. The others who followed the deadline, perhaps there were others out there that didn't submit. We didn't hear from others, but they may have been following the deadline.
So the others didn't know that they could have that chance that one map has or one group has.
Yeah, you're right.
So it's just the process, and I think like this process is flawed in that part. And it's just, so if we are talking about giving the chance to everybody and has all the voices, this is a flawed process for that. And I don't agree with this process like that. So people are, and it's like people are here saying, oh, map, like as, and I understand Council Member Willis' frustration because it's dividing, like this is a process that it really divides our community, or is dividing in some territorial things or community. And then we add that the process has been flawed because we didn't think about a good process. And then you show us 3 new maps that we haven't had chance to look at it. But at the same time, the people who submitted other maps didn't have the chance to do revisions and submit other maps because they follow the deadline and others no, but we are allowing this. So I am just really disappointed by this process because this is important. And if the process is flawed, then how we are going to make decisions about this and get accountable to our community. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, there's a motion on the floor.
I know. Look, why don't we go ahead and vote on this motion? If it passes, we're going to have if it passes, we're going to have an opportunity at a future meeting to hash all this out. At the end of the day, this is up to the city council now. So
can I have a substitution motion to, or just kind of like adding to that, we need to allow people who didn't have the chance to make revision to their maths do that, have that chance, and we can set up a deadline.
Is that a suggestion for, is that a substitute motion?
Yes, no, it's a suggestion for Council Member Bates.
Councilmember Bates, do you accept that?
We've already heard public testimony. We're going to get the same comments in another discussion. I'm ready for this council to make a decision and move forward one way or the other. So I don't accept the substitute motion.
Okay, I want to go ahead and vote on this. You know, we're going to have another opportunity to work through all this again.
I'll make
What-
a substitute motion.
Okay, you can make a substitute
And the
motion.
substitute motion is that we do allow for those who have not had enough, who supported another map and didn't realize that they could make a revision, to submit a revision, and also that we hold off on voting tonight on anything and vote on at a subsequent meeting.
Is there a second?
I second that motion, and I second that motion because I don't think it's respectful to the council to make a bad decision and then have the decision finalized by the city council who didn't make the decision. I mean, I think if you make a mistake, you need to take responsibility for it and deal with it. But the way to relieve that is to have other people is to give other people the opportunity to submit maps.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
I just wanted to bring in April 17th because I know that date was held up as the deadline. And I was just wondering, is that still the case? I know the original plan was to have us set boundaries tonight, but, you know, clearly from the speakers as well as my colleagues, we're looking to, you know, move this out. And I'm just wondering, like, was tonight an opportunity to like put an early cap on it before the 17th deadline? And I see you're nodding your head, James. So we do have until the 17th. Thank you. And my second question is there an opportunity for a community meeting, you know, another meeting with the community where, not a city council meeting, but, you know, a workshop where, you know, individuals who are supporting 201 as well as 102 can potentially come together and, I don't know, reconcile or, you know, try to come up with something, especially if Councilmember McLaughlin's motion passes, it'll allow for a new map to be submitted. So I'm wondering, is there an opportunity for another community workshop in between time so we can try to get some type of consensus or a map that everybody hates?
So Vice Mayor Johnson, I checked with NDC in regards to their availability. And as you know, there are a lot of jurisdictions that are using NDC for their redistricting. And the dates that they are available are March 22nd and March 29th. And is February 8th still available, Jaleese? And February 8th.
So let me ask a question of the substitute motion author. Do you anticipate with this provision for additional maps that we have another public hearing on this?
Well, could I make a comment on that, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, I think if you are going to open it to new maps, I think you do have to have a public hearing on the new maps. If there's new maps in play, you have to allow public testimony on that. So you need to build that. If you're going to allow more maps, you need to build in a public process for that.
So you know what? That's going to be another 2 hours. You're going to hear the same thing from the same people. But yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to clarify with Councilmember McLaughlin. In her motion, she wanted individuals to be able to submit revisions to maps they already submitted. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So not brand new maps. So it would be just revisions. Is that right?
That's my motion. Yes, just revisions.
Okay.
But I think if you are still revising maps, I think you need to have allow people to comment on what the new maps are. You've reopened the process for public input.
Well, we had to do that to vote anyway. Don't you think? Like, is the revision here getting?
No, we do not have to open up the public hearing again. We can The Councilmember Bates' motion was to put off a decision to another meeting, but not to reopen the public hearing.
Correct.
So my motion was to have another meeting, which in other words would only allow 2 minutes for the public. A public hearing allows, is agendized in a specific way, and it also allows 3 minutes. I'm fine with having another public hearing if that's what our city attorney is recommending. If there is a revision to another map or more than one.
Okay, let's vote on the substitute motion. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, now we need to go back to our agenda, and I believe we are on report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Yeah, I got to pull out this agenda from a long time ago. So the council met in closed session. The items on the closed session agenda, the Hernandez versus Hodges matter, there was no reportable action taken on that. With regards to the 3 lawsuits related to Point Mulata, with regards to those actions, there was no reportable action taken, except that there was a motion relating to those matters, which indicated that we've received a communication from East Bay Park District, and the city attorney was directed to respond to that matter, and also a clarifying letter which is related to these litigation matters. The city attorney was directed to return something. The city attorney was directed to return a letter to the Court of Appeals on that matter. And then with regards to the the vote on that was 4-3 with council members Butt, Johnson, and Bates voting no, and the other 4 council members voting yes. And then in the Veolia mediation was discussed, but there was no action taken. And with regards to the city manager evaluation, that matter was deferred. And so there's no action taken.
If I could, Mr. City Attorney, I think you ought to be a little more definitive about the direction you were given regarding this letter. It's up to you, but I think that if you're going to report something out, the public needs to understand exactly what happened. And I think that you've kind of skirted around that, but I'll leave it up to you.
The letter is clarifying that the city council had previously decided not to participate in the litigation matter, and we're basically reaffirming that with regards to the briefs that have been filed, that the city is not taking a position with regards to that litigation.
Well, I still think that's a little murky, but I'll let it go. Okay, next item is report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Butt, members of the City Council and Richmond community. I would like to remind everyone that in honor of commencement of Black History Month, tomorrow here at City Hall and via Zoom, we will be having the African flag ceremony will take place tomorrow at 10 a.m. In addition, I would like to note that there are currently 3 grant opportunities open with the City of Richmond. The first is the Richmond Fund for Children and Youth. The deadline for that is Monday, February 7th. The Environmental and Community Investment Community Competitive Grant, the deadline for that grant application is February 13th. And Love Your Block, the deadline for that grant is February 25th. If you have questions regarding any of these grant opportunities, feel free to call the City of Richmond. You can call 510-620-6563. Again, 510-620-6563. In addition, all of the information regarding the grant opportunities is available on our city website. And we look forward to receiving lots of applications. And I would like to thank LaShonda White, Stephanie Nye, and Patrick Seals, and Shawnee Johnson for all the work they do to assist in administering these programs. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next item is abatement report from the Public Works Director.
Mayor, council members, Joe Leach, Director of Public Works, KCRT, if you could bring up the slide deck. Quickly, we'll celebrate the abatement and debris management that has taken place over the last month. Next slide, please. Pretty significant day of service on MLK Day at Unity Park. You can see a lot of great efforts by the community. Next slide, please. You can see a little bit more there. It was a beautiful day to be outside. Next slide. More debris management at Booker T. Anderson and some cleanup. Next slide. A fair amount of illegal dumping, nearly 140 tons removed citywide. Next slide. We're able to document quite a bit of illegal paint and other types of liquids that were picked up, 90 gallons removed citywide. Next slide. And 3 encampments equaling almost 4.5 tons. Next slide. And the totals again, nearly 142 tons of illegal dumping, almost 4.5 tons of encampments for a total of 146 tons, plus the 90 gallons of paint and oil submitted. Final slide, please. I'm sorry, we have a couple more. Graffiti removal, we had 222 tags at 120 locations. Next slide. And some of our partners were CORE, that's an agency through the county, and Urban Tilth. And with that, I will field any questions you might have.
Any questions for public? Councilmember Bates.
I want to thank you for the outstanding work that you're doing, trying to keep the city clean. There are certain areas that seem to be targeted for dumping. Would it not be possible to put up cameras? You got cameras now that can operate by from the sun, the solar. And I know with the West County Agency, we have, well, not with the West County Agency, but the North Richmond Mitigation Group, we have cameras that we rotate around. I think it might be valuable if we can get some cameras and just rotate them around that gonna, pick up the license plates and etc. I just want to get a reaction from you in that regard.
Yeah, Councilmember Bates, I can absolutely explore that with operations staff and IT staff and see how we can both mobilize those cameras and make sure that they are monitored on a regular basis. I quite honestly, I don't know how they're monitored currently, if it's a feed to the police department or if it's an ongoing server that we then have to kind of monitor separately, but I will dive into those details and provide you some information on that.
And lastly, I submitted a request to the city manager, the acting city manager, about a situation, nothing but a real eyesore on the Veterans building there on 23rd Street. I think I'm not sure, it's one block south of McBride. I don't know that name of that street, but there's a car that's there and other garbage. It's just filthy and it's an embarrassment. So if you could look into that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
I will work with code enforcement on that. Thank you.
So I want to remind the public that if you have any comments on this or the previous item, you can address them during open forum. So that does bring us to open forum. Yeah, Councilor McLaughlin.
Yeah, I just have a quick question for our Public Works Director. I know I've emailed about this and I just would like the latest update on it. There is a situation on Cutting that intersects with I-80 where there's a fence area. It's near the Laurel Park area, and that fenced area keeps getting broken into. And the request was that it's not only repaired, but be repaired with like an ironclad fence, some sort of iron fence rather than a fence that can be broken into. And I'm wondering if you've explored that, if it's been repaired to some extent, and if so, could it be repaired in a more significant way?
I know that to your point, Councilmember McLaughlin, I know it's a recurring damaged fence. And I know that staff continuously puts the chain link fence fabric up. I don't know the disposition of exploring other materials. So let me check with staff to see where that stands and provide an answer to you within a week.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much.
Certainly.
Okay, let's move to open forum. Madam Clerk, go ahead.
The open forum is the opportunity for our public to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. And if you wish to speak on an item that is listed on the agenda, please wait for that item to be called for discussion. And just wanted to remind the public, please keep your comments respectful. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I have 3 speakers so far: Robert Travis, Don Gosney, and Mark Wasberg. I'll go ahead and start with Robert Travis. You will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Robert Travis, and I've been a resident of Richmond my whole life, 42 years. I've also been an employee of the Chevron Richmond refinery for approximately 20 years. I work in a union represented job as an operator of one of the process units in the refinery. Our union, the United Steelworkers, represent various maintenance crafts and operations throughout the refinery, and together we strive for safe operation of the refinery, not only to protect ourselves within the refinery, but also to protect the surrounding community. It is imperative to us as workers to be good neighbors to the city of Richmond and other neighboring communities. We are currently in contract negotiations with Chevron. It has been a particularly difficult set of bargaining, and we are currently on 24-hour rolling extensions as our current contract has expired February 1st at 12:01. Should there be a labor stoppage, we have long proposed to the company that the represented workforce begin a safe and orderly shutdown of the refinery, as we are the only subject matter experts, highly trained and highly skilled in refinery operations. We propose this because as residents of the surrounding areas, we have an obligation to protect the communities around the refinery, even in our absence. As of this time, the company is refusing a safe and orderly shutdown and demanding that operations continue despite a potential work stoppage of the represented workforce. During a work stoppage, be it a lockout or strike, the company is expecting operations to continue via only one avenue: by assigning other work groups outside of operations to work our units, some individuals that are unskilled and untrained in our highly dangerous work, individuals that have never stepped foot in our units as operators. Running a refinery is inherently dangerous. We believe attempting to operate a refinery without the represented workforce and with unskilled labor is not only dangerous, but also willfully negligent. I come to the City Council for support in protecting the community of Richmond as a concerned resident of Richmond. And I ask the City Council to support the USW representative workforce and that a safe and orderly shutdown of the
Time has
refinery.
expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Don Gosney. Don, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. These comments are not about redistricting. They're about the process. At the past couple of meetings, I voiced my concern with problems with the presentation of the proposed district maps that were offered to us. Last week, I expressed my thanks with how the city clerk's office, especially Pam Christian and Sabrina Lundby, helped to correct these problems expressed at the earlier meeting. I pointed out a couple more issues last week, and as we should all expect, Pam and Sabrina jumped all over my concerns the very next morning, and further corrections and improvements were made. We all owe them our thanks. Because of them, the maps we're working with are much more user-friendly. One thing I found amusing was when the demographers added major street names to the map. For some reason, they had trouble with major thoroughfares like McDonald, Barrett, Cutting, 23rd Street, San Pablo Avenue, and San Pablo Dam Road. But they were able to identify fire trails number 3, 4, and 5. I understand why some map drafting teams want to keep their offerings close to their vest and wait until the last second to submit their maps, but when it's literally at the last second, even if the agenda packet is amended at the last second, if the public is unaware that the packet has been changed, who should any of us think that they would go back to the city's website and check to see if something new is being offered? Are we supposed to do a page-by-page review of all 800 plus pages tonight? We all want to be able to clarify or to carefully review what's in the packet. I also want to thank the clerk's team for offering me my lost 1 minute earlier tonight when the districting issue was discussed. Even though this was a public hearing and we were allowed 3 minutes to speak, I was shut down mid-sentence after only 2 minutes. This was a simple error that anyone could have made. I appreciated being offered my time back, but I believe my message would have been confusing to have it broken up with a couple of other people speaking between the first half of my sentence and the second at the end of that sentence and the rest of the message. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg, and the following 2 speakers after that are Yenny Garcia and Elsa Stevens. Mark Wasberg, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
If this document is real and legit, who signed that document will be committed fraud. You committed a felon. Any good competent lawyer will have a field day with you people in court. Jim Liz Johnson, you signed that document claiming that you're mayor. I seen it on Tom Butt's e-form. You are not mayor. Legally, under the law, Tom Butt is mayor. So you need to tell the people why you signed that document saying that you're mayor. Because I can tell you right now, your political career is gone. You will not be mayor. You will not work at the school district once they find out you committed fraud and you're a felon. Because Tom Butt even admitted that that document was illegal. And you had the lawyer, the city manager, and the city clerk sign that document. That is a fraudulent document. You are not mayor. And hopefully you will never be mayor. So you need to tell the people that you signed that document claiming that you're mayor. Because it's already out now. I already called the press. I already called ABC News. And hopefully they'll do a story on it. You're done, Johnson. If I was you, I'd go ahead and resign. Kaput, gone. Everybody knows that you're a con artist. Topa, you was in on Topa. You wanted to take the people's property away. You wanted to legalize sideshows when it's illegal. And that idiot Aguado, same thing. And you just sit there stone-faced. You need to tell the people that you committed fraud, that you're a felon. Because you know what? You're just a coward. You ain't going to do it. You're going to sidetrack the whole entire thing. But it's already too late. Everybody knows about it now. So why don't you just go ahead and admit that you're a criminal, that you claim that you're mayor, but you are not.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Elsa Stevens. Elsa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes. I'm obviously I live in Richmond, and the RPA is not a 4-letter word. When people dismiss or deride the RPA, they are disrespecting so many worthy organizations like the Sierra Club, SEIU, ACLU, and many, many more. The United Steelworkers deserve a safe workplace. And as a dues-paying member of ACE and as a dues-paying member of the RPA, I personally plan to show solidarity with the striking United Steelworkers. They deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Linda Whitmore. Linda, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor Budd, City Council, and City staff. I think I can talk about this during this open forum. I'm a member of I live in Santa Fe neighborhood. I'm a 30-year resident here in Richmond, and I wanted to bring to attention to Mr. Leach our Florida Street in the Santa Fe neighborhood. From South 2nd up through Harbor, the potholes on that street are ridiculous. I mean, they're like gigantic volcanoes. You can't even drive up and down Florida. So I'd like for you to look at that and see what you can do. If it's not our time to have our street paved, maybe you can have those holes filled so we don't damage our cars driving up and down Florida in the Santa Fe neighborhood. Also, I wanted to find out about, there's a homeless encampment on Cutting Boulevard, Cutting in Harbor. There's like a fenced off area. I don't know if you've seen it. It started off with one tent and there's around 12 to 15 tents there now. I mean, they're sitting at home. And I'm not sure if this can be looked at, and maybe I know we're offering housing, different areas that maybe people can work with them, because that's one of our main thoroughfares, and to have a homeless encampment there doesn't really look well for the city. So those are the 2 areas I'd like to have you look at to see what we can do to improve those areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Don Lee. Don, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Don Lee, if you please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Don Lee. I am the president of the Hansen Auto Group. We operate 4 auto dealerships in Richmond. We've been operating it for the last 27 years. And, I'd like to talk about the Measure U, how it is going to impact us.
And this Measure U, excuse me, man, Measure U is coming up later on the agenda, so you're gonna have to wait till then.
Okay, all right, I'll do that.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
All right.
And I see Vice Mayor Johnson's hand up.
Yes, the interim city manager already did it, but I wanted to also take this opportunity to invite everyone out to the raising of the Pan-African flag tomorrow at 10 a.m. via Zoom, hosted by yours truly. And we will also be visited by the county DA, and she will also be sharing a few remarks. Yeah, and I typically don't address certain speakers, but I know a lot of people read articles in online forums. Whenever the council votes to do something and our mayor refuses to, execute, the council's decision, he's abdicating his duties. And it is my responsibility as vice mayor to carry those duties out if the mayor chooses not to perform those. I understand that it may be unpopular with individuals, but yeah, let's remember he's an architect and not a journalist. So yeah, that's that on that. Everyone, good night.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, that brings us now to item R3.
Are we going to approve the consent calendar?
That's a good idea. Okay, is there a motion on the consent calendar?
So
Councilor
moved.
Martinez moves the consent calendar. Do you have a
Second.
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 Okay, second by Johnson, is that right? Okay, all right, call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, now R3.
Sorry. Item R3. Under budget session is to receive an update on Measure U fiscal estimates.
CRT, I'm going to pull up my presentation. That's okay. If it doesn't work, you can help me out. City Council, along with Belinda Brown, the Director of Finance, and Antonio Benavides, our Accounting Manager, I'm going to present, we will present the Measure U Business Tax Fiscal Impact Estimates and Status Report. So here's our agenda. We will go over the business tax estimates, talk about the transition year, describe the community outreach efforts that we have made, compare revenue estimates, describe some rate comparisons, and then talk about administrative rulings and procedures. So the original estimate for the Measure U was $9.5 million. Mind you that annually, the current business, the previous business tax, you would raise about $3.5 million. So the net difference was about $6 million. During the transition year, our consultants, managing partners have estimated that we will probably have a reduction of about $2 million. Again, just in the transition year, I'll talk about that in a minute. On December 21st, the council made a slight change in the collection of this particular tax. It granted credit for rental units. And we estimate that that's going to cost the city approximately or reduce revenues by about $1.6 million. So the ongoing revenue is going to be approximately $7.9 million or about $8 million. However, the Council of Industries has estimated that the ongoing revenues will be as much as $12 million, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Mind you that that estimate does not include the cannabis or rental properties, whereas the $8 million city estimate does include the rental properties. So as I said earlier, during the transition year, we estimate that the shortfall is going to be approximately $2 million from the original projections. And that's primarily because of the postponement of the implementation date from July of last year to essentially January of this year. Now, the businesses, therefore, whose licenses were, or other licenses were due on December 31st, 2021, will not have to pay their taxes until later this year, in December of 2022. That is, the impact is approximately $2 million. Here's some of the outreach we have conducted to date. We have sent out about 9,000 data sheets sent to both business and rental properties, 1,900 renewal notices sent to businesses that expired, whose license expired on December 2021. About 4,000 flyers were mailed to businesses. We have also updated our mail website and created ability to schedule appointments using the using the app Calendarly. And we have had several meetings, community meetings on this issue. We have also met several times with the business community. In fact, we've met every single time the business community has asked us to meet. With that, I'll turn it over to Antonio. Oh, sorry, let me go with this one. I apologize. This is a comparison of the city's calculation methodology versus that which is provided to us by the Council of Industries. Both are have some solid basis. The city's calculation is based on the sales tax data, and the Council of Industries is based on national regional census data, as well as local per employee revenue generation assumptions. So essentially, there are two different methodologies, which are intended to arrive at a number. as you can see here, the city used also the city SACS consultant and Avenue, which is one of our providers of data. In the case of the Council of Industries, they've used similar data, but from different sources, small business revenue statistics, as well as the business license data from the city. If you can see the bottom matrix, the methodologies are different in that neither party has experience with the particular methodology that we'll be using, which is gross revenue. We have tried to get there by two different methods. In the case of the city, our estimates show that we'll be achieving about $3.4 million, and that does not include that, as well as versus Council of Industries achieves about $12 million, which again, as I said earlier, does not include rental properties and cannabis. With that, I'll turn it over to Antonio.
Thank you, Neil. So this chart lists out the approved Richmond rates and compares them with the rates currently in place in Oakland and Berkeley. The rates for gross receipts under 1 million is pretty much the same rate as the other two cities. So the first column for Richmond is pretty much the same for the columns for the other cities. The Richmond model changes in that it has levels or tiers. So the more gross receipts a business makes, the rate will increase when it reaches the next threshold. Berkeley and Oakland currently do not have that structure in place. Okay, so as Anil mentioned, one of the items that we looked at was sales tax data. And this is not every single business pays sales tax data, is really, retail sale, groceries, that sort of stuff. If the business providing services, there's no data collected, no sales tax collected, I'm sorry. So based on the sales tax data, though, we can determine that many businesses are not captured using this data set. Only about 29% that are captured sales tax, as opposed to what we have in the number of employees. When we review this data set, over 80% of the businesses that do submit sales tax would see a tax rate because they're under 250,000 in sales tax. So although not all businesses submit sales tax, the majority of that do is under 250,000. Next slide, please. Now this is a breakdown of the businesses by class and by number of employees. Though this data does not show gross receipts, a general conclusion is that 63% of Richmond businesses have 2 or fewer employees. And those small businesses may see a decrease in the taxes that they pay, or will have a tax rate identical to the Berkeley or Oakland. Most businesses, if they have gross receipts under 250,000 or less, can opt to pay the minimum charge of $100 per year, which would be a significant decrease from Richmond's previous model. Large businesses, over 100 employees in Richmond, make up about 0.6% of all businesses. If we expand this to more than 25 employees, we get to 3% of all businesses. So this is important in discussing the business makeup of Richmond. Next slide, please. This ordinance will always be evolving as new situations and unexpected, questions arise. Our goal is to attempt to address these new scenarios and questions in a consistent and fair manner. This is where administrative rulings come into place. These rulings will be used to add clarification and transparency to the definitions on an as-needed basis. Additionally, we're setting up procedures for staff so that they treat recurring issues, again, in a consistent and fair manner. So we'll constantly be looking at new situations, and this is one of the tools that we use to address the new situations that arise, to make sure everybody has the same information. Okay, as Anil mentioned, there's currently an amnesty in place. It was adopted by council a couple of months back. To clarify, this is not an amnesty on taxes, just on the late fees. All business taxes are due on the renewal date. The new ordinance is complicated, and we do not want to punish businesses that need more time to understand the implication of the Measure U ordinance. The city is not changing late fees. I'm sorry, the city's not charging late fees through June. But once June 30th passes, late fee will be applicable. Also touched by Anil, we have several public information tools. Staff has pushed out various tools to the business community to turn to, including a frequently asked question section that gets updated periodically as new questions arise. If the question is not answered in the frequently asked questions section, there are a few ways to reach staff and ask the question directly. And call the Measure U hotline at 620-555-5. That's a typo. There should be 555, 4 5s. The email, the Measure U info. You can set up virtual online appointments or always drop by City Hall. On the webpage, we also have the business tax calculator, where anyone can check to see how much tax is due based on the class that they fall under and the class receipts. So here's a screenshot of the updated website that we hope is easier to navigate. Concurrently, we're also working on updating what we call eTrack, which is the online portal to review business tax accounts. Business owners can go into their account and update certain data and pay for the tax if they have previously submitted their gross receipts amounts to us. The last step is setting up where they can update their gross receipts, and we hope to have that in place in the very near future. And with that, we're available to answer your questions.
And before you do, I just want to make one point, and that is that this has required the collaboration of several departments. The Department of Economic Development, Finance, IT has worked collaboratively on this issue. And I want to particularly identify a couple of staff members, Thomas Omulo from the Economic Development Department, Desiree and Carla from Finance, as well as Antonio's leadership has made this happen. So there's a lot more to be done, but we are in a better shape today than we were 3 months ago. Also, staff in the IT, Sue and Randall have done an amazing job, as well as Henry in getting the Calendarly app up and ready for us, as well as making sure that they stayed on top of the vendor to bring on board and implement Track-It, which is a software that our customers will be using to estimate the taxes. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Councilmember Bates.
Yes, I think you're in communication with the dealerships up at Hilltop, which claim that each one of them are going to have to pay off $500,000, well, $500,000, I guess, in additional. And Costco, which is a heavy contributor to our tax base. Have you calculated their potential increase in cost? And last question, is there an appeal when individuals feel that it's unfair, it is excessive? Is there an appeal to the city council?
Well, let my colleagues clarify, both from the city attorney's office and Antonio and Belinda. But so yes, we have met with the business community on a number of occasions, including we have heard from the car dealership. We got the email as you did. There is in fact an impact, because a larger impact in the city of Richmond compared to, say, their survey data, which is they included several other cities. As far as we are concerned, staff, council has the authority to reduce the rates if you so desire. We would want to point out that there would be a reduction, therefore, in the total revenues collected, because our current revenue estimates is based on the understanding that the rates will be as previously passed. Also want to point out that we don't have any basis to make these decisions, or at least not clarity, because the previous or the current rate was based on the number of employees versus gross receipts. And we have clearly no idea what that might be.
But if you have a company like Costco, which has a lease on a building, and if it's, I don't know when that term expire, if they feel they're grossly unfairly taxed, they choose to close up where you may be getting $500,000, you're losing about maybe $2 million in sales tax. I don't know exactly what their contribution is. The same as with the auto dealership. You're taxing these individuals, and all of a sudden that their contract, their lease expire and they move out of the city, now we're lost for even more than what we're gaining with the new Measure U tax. So I don't understand it, but there has to be some kind of resolution where we can compromise and make sure these companies don't bail out on us because they're getting unduly what they feel taxed.
Councilmember Bates, Mayor Budd, if I may through you as the chair, thank you very much for your points. We as city staff understand that numerous residents, community members, and businesses in particular have concerns, and we are happy to meet with them. I'm working on scheduling a meeting with the car dealerships, and also we'll be conferring with Costco. I think part of the challenge we have at this juncture is that we don't have good data set. And so it would be most helpful if businesses could provide the data that's been requested. So then city staff can update their projections on the revenue for Measure U. And that way we can provide recommendations for the city council's consideration. Because at this juncture, until we get the data from the businesses on what their projections are, we're not in a position to fully provide recommendations to you all. So that would be the number one thing that I would like to take away from this meeting is that we really need everyone to respond to the letters and to the postcards they're receiving from the city and provide that data. We'll update our projections and we'll continue to keep you apprised as we move forward here. So that way, if you all want to consider some adjustments where we have some anomalies, you'll be in an informed position to do so. Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Hi, thank you so much for all the work. I have been also paying a lot of attention, meeting with all of you. You have been really attentive, and thank you so much, staff, Anil, Belinda, Antonio, Chasa, and all the others who have been working hard in this. I just wanted to, I have a comment, and then I am going to ask a question. I want to just let you know that Costco has a location in San Francisco and pays higher gross receipt taxes there. And if the stats that the Chamber of Commerce and the Council of Industry are using are true, then Costco has about 341 million in annual gross receipt in Richmond, more or less, based on the comments. They can write these local taxes off on their federal taxes, and the tax rate is small compared to how much money they are making by locating here in Richmond. So if you compare how much they are going to pay us, it's not like it's 1% or less than 1%. So I don't think it's kind of like talking about Costco and saying that Costco is leaving because they are going to pay a higher taxes here. Is what we need to consider. And also there are other businesses that have annual, like for instance, a lighting distribution who is going to pay more, but we had to look at like how much they made. They made 10 million in annual gross receipt and has 62 employees. So I think more like, yeah, this is the intention of this, and what the voters voted for was to make sure that we have a business tax structure that is fair and that is helping small businesses, and at the same time is making businesses who make more pay more. There are some issues, and I understand that there could be some businesses that maybe the percentage of, and the rates can be accommodated, but we need, as the staff is saying, is case by case, and we will know that if we really have all the information as the interim city manager said. So my question to that is, what has been the work of the Chamber of Commerce and the Council of Industry to work with you, if something, to really get that data that we all need to make sure that we have the assumptions or the data straight. So had the Chamber of Commerce and the Council of Industry provide any information or it has a plan with the city to see how we can get the information that is needed so we can have what we need?
Respond to, but I can just say that having worked with Katrinka and others, they have been very forthcoming, they've been very cooperative, and have promised that they will help us push out the information to the members. We have sent out information recently to them, and we hope that with our big push now, that the business community will send us the estimates so that we can make informed decisions and perhaps come back to you with some more information.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to hear that, because this is what we need. We need to work collaboratively with them so that we can get actually the data. So it's not that the city is saying, oh, we are going to have some revenue, and then the Council of Industry is saying that we are going to have more revenue. Because if it's like that, is that maybe the businesses are doing much better according to the Council of Industries in terms of the revenue that we are going to get. So I just wanted to see, like, so why is, like you mentioned, like that they are the two different estimates, and you mentioned that they are different sources. So when do you think, based on the great collaboration that you are doing with the Council of Industries, we will have more information?
I don't have a timeline. It just depends on how, a critical mass of businesses and different types of businesses sending us the information so we can get some estimates. I have no idea how responsive businesses will be and to get us the data. At this point, of course, as soon as we get the data, we can turn around and provide that information back to them in the estimates. We are inundated right now with calls and emails and meeting requests because we have sent, as you noticed earlier, a whole bunch of information out, and so businesses are calling us. So in fact, Thomas's plan is working. By the way, Tom, I should again give kudos to Thomas Omulo, who has done an amazing job in really improving our website and informational services online. So, but it's working. Businesses are responding, and as time goes on, we'll have better data. And going back to your question, Councilmember, about the different estimates, is because we are looking at the city as well as through our consultant management partners and the Council of Industries, are just looking at different assumptions. And so when you use different assumptions and are looking at different data, you come to different conclusions. And so neither of us has accurate information based on gross revenue, which is the whole point of this new tax. So we don't know which is going to be closer to the ultimate number, the final number.
Well, thank you so much, and I really appreciate that. And I am hoping that this collaboration results in having the data that we need, and that the business could get that data so we can make the right estimate, but also the right adjustments, because the intention here, as the voters voted for, was to support small businesses and businesses that are in hardship, but then make sure that big businesses are paying more because they are making more. So, and the whole idea is you are making more, you pay more, but if you are in hardship or you are making less, you pay less. So thank you.
Other council members have questions or comments before we go to public speakers. So I'll take this opportunity. Both in the presentation and in the questions and commentary that followed it, it's clear that nobody has a clue what they're doing. the fact that you're putting it on the business community and COI to give you the data you need to figure out what the heck you're doing is just clearly an admission that you don't know what you're doing. And I'm going to go back and give a little history because some people have short memories. I actually authored the city council item that authorized staff to look at doing a business tax reform. This was like back in what, 2019. And so what happened with that, and the actual authorization was for staff to do it. Okay. The first thing that happened is staff didn't do it. They turned the whole thing over to an organization called Lift Up Richmond, which is made up of the RPA, ACE, and a couple of city unions. They turned the whole thing over to them. And nobody had a clue what was going on. No public outreach, nothing. At the end of July, this group, Lift Up Richmond, a week before we had to put it on the ballot, they finally laid out their draft ordinance. The city had a week to adopt it to get it on the ballot. So that's what happened. Nobody understood what it was. Nobody knew how much money it was going to raise. They just were in a hurry to get it done. And so, it did get voted on, and you can make whatever you want to make out of that. But ever since then, our staff has been floundering, trying to figure out what the heck this ordinance means, how much money it's going to raise. They still don't have a clue. You heard them say they're looking for the COI and the Chamber of Commerce to come up with the data so they'll know what's in there. And I'll say this, when all this started, the business community came forward and said, look, we understand that other cities are doing this, and it's probably fair for the business community to pitch in more. And they said, we're willing to double our taxes. Let's come up with a system that actually doubles everybody's taxes. And they just got blown off because the people who ran this city council, you RPA city council members, you have a disdain for business. You don't like business. Business is evil. You want to take as much of their money as you can. You want to run them out of Richmond. And that's exactly what's happening. So if you ask me, am I angry about this? Yeah, I am. I happen to be the only person on the city council who's ever been in business. I'm the only person on the city council who's ever had to make a payroll. I'm the only person in the city council that knows anything about business. And I can tell you that this is not the way to cultivate business in the city of Richmond. You guys have no idea what you're doing. So I'll leave it at that, and we'll go to the public speakers.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay, if you want to speak, go ahead, Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to say, I think what many of us are concerned about is the growing wealth inequality in this country and in this city. And we think big businesses should pay more of their share in taxes so we can provide more equity in the community's needs and build more quality of life for all. Now, my comment was going to be, and it is a question to Anil. So this data that you're requesting from the businesses, is this the data that tells us what level of profit they have so that the gross receipts calculation can be made?
So first of all, I just want to make sure that we distinguish between data to determine rates that you may set or change versus the data that we are seeking, which is for each business to determine what their individual tax rate is. In order for us to determine that, we need, first of all, to identify what kind of business it is. And there are some codes that go along with it. And secondarily, we need to know what the gross receipts are, how much revenues are collected. And with those two, we can, and the businesses can determine their tax rate, tax amount. And so when I said, it was, I guess, misunderstood, that we are asking and seeking that data, we are not, we are asking for the data so that we can help the business community, individual businesses determine what they owe. And once we get the more businesses that get that data, it'll give us a sense of, or give us an understanding of what total revenues we might collect at the end of the year. So that's what I meant. And I also was complimenting the business leaders in the community that have reached out to us, and we've been talking to them, who have offered to help out in getting the word out about how to go about reaching the city, how to go about getting the calculations done, and so forth. I hope I answered the question.
Yes, thank you. And I think that clarifies that it's not that the city staff doesn't know what they're doing. They need that information that the business owners have to provide. What category of business do you fit into? What are your gross receipts? You don't have that access to their records. And so you have to ask for that data. So thank you.
Thank you for understanding that.
Councilman McLaughlin.
City staff does not know what they're doing. I rest my case. Okay, let's go to the public speakers.
Okay, I have 6 speakers: Mark Wasberg, phone number ending in 4092, John Varga, Katrinka Ruck, Shiva Mishek, Don Lee, Lisa Johnson, and Randy Joseph. I'll start with Mark Wasberg. You will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to agree with the mayor, because all this is a hostile takeover by the RPA to tax the hell out of the big businesses and give it to these low-life people who don't want to work. They're going to live a life of Riley. They're going to start giving them money, clothes. They're going to buy them cars. And these people are going to live high off the hog because you people have to get up every morning to go to work and bust your ass. And this is what's going on. This is what McLaughlin always admitted. I'm for the poor people. See, this is why your taxes are going to go so high. And now they're going to have to raise their prices, and you're going to have to pay more buying a car, buying groceries. And most of the businesses are going to move out. Now they claim they ain't got no money. Then they're going to raise the taxes again. They're going to raise the property tax. Your property tax is going to go so high that you won't be able to afford it. Then they're going to come and put a lien on your property. Hello? Fuck. Damn it. You hear me?
Yes.
Continue, Mark.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is what's happening. You need to get these people off the RPA. This is what you need to do. You need to get them out of office so you don't have these scams. All it is. This is McLaughlin is doing. She wants to take from the rich and give to the poor. But like I say, if you want to get rid of it, vote no on Measure U and get these criminals off the city council. I've been telling you that. They're a bunch of con men. They're doing the Robin Hood theory. They want to give all these poor people your money so they're too lazy to go out and work. They want to give them new cars. They want to fix their cars. They want to give them homes. This on this TOPA scam was going on. And this eminent domain years ago, send your property over to us, McLaughlin said. You could trust us. I wouldn't trust that bitch for as I could piss against the fucking wind.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is phone number ending in 4092. Please unmute yourself by pushing *6. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is Judy Barr, and I'm speaking on behalf of Hilltop Ford Kia and Hilltop Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. And the methodology used to compute our rates is just not working, and I suspect it has to do with the fact that there are gross receipts on lease vehicles where sales tax is not collected by the dealership, and warranty work which cannot be taxed by it would be double tax to tax warranty work. And Councilman Bates is correct. Last year, we paid approximately in the neighborhood of $7,000 for our business license. And under the Measure U, as it is now, we're going to pay in excess of $500,000. We are going to pay in excess of $500,000. It is, in fact, the highest rate in the country that I can find. And I don't know, two speakers have commented on Oakland and San Francisco. I have been over it. Davis is at 35 cents. Oakland is at $1.20. San Francisco, $2.24, and Richmond, $3.49 per $1,000. If we're going to stay competitive and continue to bring in $8.5 million worth of sales tax a year, we can't have an extra $500,000. And it also doesn't make sense if the city's numbers come to 3.4 million from businesses. Why would we be paying 500,000? And frankly, if you add the Hanley stores into it, now the dealerships are paying in excess of $1 million. That's over 33% of your proposed income from businesses. You know, and again, there continues to be an endless stream of misinformation about businesses in Measure U. We understand that the city is operating on a deficit.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Varga. John, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, members of the council. My name is John Varga, and it's a privilege to be speaking with you this evening on behalf of the proud and dedicated members of IFPTE Local 21, working hard for the city of Richmond and all the Richmond residents. As has already been stated time and again, the Richmond voters approved Measure U, which asks Richmond businesses to be better partners with the city in which they operate and where they benefit from the services that Richmond works so hard to provide. Being a good partner means paying a fair share, something that Richmond's biggest businesses, biggest polluters, and most profitable corporations have failed to do for far too long. I think we can agree that the implementation of Measure U must be accomplished in partnership between the city and Richmond businesses. And to that end, the city staff in several departments are performing Herculean tasks to implement Measure U, including creating communications, updating website materials, of course, crunching numbers, and making themselves available for consultation with thousands of local businesses. These city employees deserve nothing less than our sincerest gratitude for the work they are doing. So it's unfortunate that some big businesses are looking to thwart those efforts with misleading information, like what we've seen from the Council of Industries this evening. The information that is needed is simply an accounting from the businesses themselves. COI provided patently misleading information when it could be partnering with the city to help facilitate businesses providing the hard data that is actually required. Richmond needs the fair contributions that Measure U provides, because those contributions help pay for the city services that benefit the business community, and because all of Richmond's success is tied to the successful delivery of those city services. We support Measure U as approved by the voters because it is the best way to ensure Richmond's success. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Katrinka Ruck. Katrinka, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, excuse me, Vice Mayor, Council staff. I'm a Richmond resident and I'm speaking on behalf of the Council of Business and Industries. Just to note, so you all know, the calculator that was put together that the city has on their website, the Council of Industries were the individuals that did the work and put that together. And we've been working very closely with the city on reaching out to businesses. Just to note, the PowerPoint presentation that was presented tonight is not the same one that's posted on the website. So if you could please update that. Unfortunately, because we don't have that, we can't comment on it. But what I want to bring your attention to is the report that was filed by the City of Oakland, their Blue Ribbon Business Task Force, of which our own Antonio Banuelos was a member of. Check it out, because what they have in that report is very interesting. They recommend that the funding, that revenue that is coming into the city should be diverted back to the business community, some of it, to provide loans and incentives to small businesses and to focus on retention and attraction. Also, as noted in their task force, the highest sales is going into the retail, automobile, residential, and commercial. And they also note that Richmond is on the same rankings as the city of San Francisco in terms of the business license taxes we're not San Francisco, we're Richmond, and we shouldn't be compared to San Francisco or Oakland. So I highly recommend you take a look at that Blue Ribbon report. They did the research, which we requested the city do. They have a lot of good information in there, and they have a lot of good recommendations. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Shiva Mishek. Shiva, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, City Council. I'm calling to speak in support of Measure U this evening. Since we're talking so much about data, I want to read some data. So in 2019, AAK Oils paid, their 2019 revenue was $3 billion. They paid up not even $3,000 for local business taxes in Richmond. California Closets made $2.4 billion. They paid $1,100 in local taxes. Mountain Hardware made $3 billion. They paid $3,000. Sims Metals, which is leading the charge against Measure U as one of those companies, made $6.6 billion in 2019, and they paid $2,500 in local taxes. I just want to note that as a homeowner, a lower middle class one, I pay $10,000 a year in property taxes. So Sims Metal, who brings in over $6 billion a year, pays lower taxes in Richmond by 5 times than I do. Measure U was designed to make corporations pay higher revenues, pay higher taxes. That's what it was designed to do. It was also designed to reduce the tax burden on smaller businesses. The charge against Measure U has been led by the Council of Industries, who represents such industry titans as Chevron, BNSF, one of North America's leading freight companies, Courtyard Marriott, SunCal, Phillips 66, and Chemtrade. And the examples they're providing are completely disingenuous. They're saying, for instance, a family-owned lighting distributor currently pays $2,600 in taxes, and it'll increase to $18,000, and they're going to move their business. They had $10 million in gross receipts last year, and they have 62 employees. This is just one of the examples they've provided. This conversation around Measure U completely redefines what small businesses are, and it's completely disingenuous. I completely support Measure U. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Don Lee. Don, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Don Lee.
I'll just get to the point. Our tax for one of the dealership is going to increase by 11,292%. Second dealership is going to go up by 7,416%. Next one is a 6,424%. Our margin is not great margin business. We operate on 1.5 to 2.5% operating income based on the revenue. So we're not like a 10%, 20% margin in a type of business. This is going to literally force us to move from Richmond because we simply cannot, some of the dealerships we simply cannot afford to pay. We provide hundreds of good paying jobs to the local community. And we've been in this area for the last 26 years. But this Measure U is going to force us to move. So I yield my time to the next person.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. The city's business tax estimates resulting from this tax continue to change. The public and voters were told it would be $9.5 million. Now we are being told it is $7.9 million in today's finance staff PowerPoint presentation, and then $6.4 million on page 18 of the annual comprehensive financial report for the year ending June 30th, 2021 for tonight's council meeting. Can someone please answer for the community what the number is? I'm also not sure how many more times the public and businesses need to clarify for this majority council that this tax is on gross receipts, not profit. It is a false equivalency to say that a business that has higher gross receipts should automatically be taxed more when this doesn't take into account their actual profit once operating expenses are accounted for. They are not the same thing, and your inability to understand this fundamental principle is not only shocking, but embarrassing. Businesses repeatedly said they recognized the need to revamp the city's business tax and come up with a collaborative and fair process. That is not what happened. This is the highest tax structure in the entire Bay Area and nation. This ill-conceived measure will result in greater challenges to both retaining and attracting businesses to our city. And with that, we will lose critically needed revenue and jobs. And when that happens, it will not be just those jobs in the businesses that are lost, but city employee union jobs as well, because we can't pay for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Randy Joseph. Randy, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Randy Joseph, Richmond resident, out here in Lakewood Triangle. I want to start off by saying how great it must be for the city staff to hear that the mayor said you don't know how to do your job and then still have high morale and go to work every day. So I salute that the Richmond city workers that go to work and try hard to make sure that this stuff is accomplished so they get right numbers and stuff done. Secondly, I heard the person from Hanley Hilltop said that there would be tax over $500,000 if this new tax come in. And so I used the website to see the formula to see what would happen if that tax was to go through. And I found out that they would have to make just under $115 million for them to be taxed $500,000, which is 0.44% of the total revenue. And they're sitting there crying, saying that this is going to wreck them and they're going to have to move. If I gave somebody $100 and told you that I need to give you to give me 44 cents and you say I don't want the $100, you're not making the right move. They're trying to hype it up to make sure that they don't pay their fair share, to make sure that communities get money that they deserve, to make sure that people they get the services that they need, and they can be successful in their licensing. For far too long, businesses have taken advantage of paying too little a tax and not get enough services in Richmond, like abatement, medical, police services, and other things to make sure that people get the stuff that they need to survive. The businesses need to start paying their fair share, and they need to start making a difference. And stop with these big numbers saying, oh, we have to pay $500,000 in taxes, when it comes to find out that for you to do that, you have to make a gross receipt of over just under $115 million. Please stop crying wolf. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jim Tota. Jim, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Jim Tota, if you could please unmute yourself. Okay. That doesn't seem to be working, so that was the last speaker.
Okay, so this is not an action item, and we still have a lot of things on the agenda, plus something that was very important to a couple of council members. So I'd like to suggest that we move on to Q1. If some of you feel compelled to talk about this some more, okay, but I think we ought to move on. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, everybody, for the wonderful job. We keep moving. And I just wanted to say, just raise this. The mayor is saying that he was the idea of the Measure U, or not the Measure U, but telling the businesses that they should double everybody's taxes. This is not fair. And what we did with Measure U was fair because it's not doubling the taxes to everybody. It's lowering the taxes to the ones who a small business and the ones that are having a hardship, and raising the taxes for those who are doing well and are making hundreds and millions of dollars, as people commented here. So I think like what we need to do more than how much is raising the taxes is how much that represents in the gross receipt. What is the percentage that is going to represent to that business in the gross receipt? And then we are going to see the truth that comes after that. Thank you. And let's move on.
Okay, let's move on to item Q1, please. Go ahead and read it, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Item Q1 is to receive information and quantitative analysis regarding the potential formation of a community facilities district for the Point Lottie Development Project. And after deliberation, consider providing any policy direction as needed regarding formation of a community facilities district for the Point Lottie Development Project.
Welcome back, Mr. Northcross. I hope you get through your presentation tonight.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a quick request?
Yeah, go ahead. What?
Mr. Northcross, rather than having us interject questions while you give your presentation, maybe if we can all listen to your presentation and then ask our questions, it might work better.
Whatever is the pleasure of this council.
I think that's good. I don't know what others think.
Okay, let's get going.
Okay.
All righty. Could we get the slide deck up to the good person who handles that? While we're waiting for the slide deck, I'll actually start the presentation. I believe Eric Siegel from Integra, who prepared the estimated values for the Mello-Roos, is going to try to log in and be available. But I'm going to start with going back over the questions I remember from November 23rd. Here's the screen sharing. Thank you. Let's move down a couple of slides here at least. Next slide, please. The questions. Perfect. Thank you. Number one, proximity of the project to Chevron. What impact is that going to have on the price of for sale units? Second question, as I remember it, combined property tax rates, including the Mello-Roos taxes, the CFD taxes. What impact is that going to have on the price of for sale units in Point Lottie? Then, is there a market for units and at what level, how high an income is that going to be? That was another key question. Finally, was hey, verifying the fiscal impact study, and that was done at the time of the DDA. Is that still looking reasonable? And I know there, as I mentioned last time, there are some significant questions about, well, the fiscal impact study was done assuming build out. What about between now and build out? What's it look like in the interim? With that, next slide, please. The Integra study. And again, I think Eric is on. Good. The Integra looked at property sales for residential, not only within Richmond that were considered to be proximate to the Chevron refinery, but also with respect to the Phillips 66 facility near Rodeo and the Shell refinery in Martinez. In addition, based on long experience with Mello-Roos and CFDs and their impact of high taxes, if you will, on sales prices, Integra also looked at that. And I'll talk about their findings. Finally, what's the potential market demand in the Bay Area for these units? What share of the income groups are really going to be able to afford to live in Point Lottie? Next slide, please. So these numbers, which this is I think where we stopped last time, which are higher than what was assumed in the DDA, are based on the comparables from property proximate to refineries in Contra Costa County. Eric is on, he can go into more detail on that. The basic conclusion on Mello-Roos, and I should say for the record, having done this for 35 years, I concur, is that yes, Mello-Roos's CFDs lower the for sale price. However, homeowners in our country, not just California, will pay more in taxes for a lower home price. So rightly or wrongly, good public policy or bad public policy, not commenting on that, but as a long-term observation, it's a wash that we really don't see CFD taxes really materially hurting a new development. And that is an observation. Again, Eric is more in that field, but I've been doing this for 35 years. And, I would say my own opinion for the record is I'm not sure that homeowners really correctly value when they buy a home, the impact of Melrose taxes. That's just my opinion based on how I've seen it, but it's just don't see a break there. Then another key fact, the Integra firm did an analysis of what would be, who could afford to live and buy a home in Point Melati based on the income levels within a 7-mile radius of Point Melati. And the number they came up with was 17%. Okay, so this is really for the higher income levels, not just in the Bay Area, but really in the a 7-mile radius of Point Melati. Next slide, please. These numbers put a potential surplus of special taxes on the table. That is a key negotiating point for your finance team right now with SunCal. SunCal essentially asked for $7 million a year to go pay for their facilities and infrastructure they want to put into Point Melati. On top of that, they estimated $1 million for infrastructure maintenance. Total need $8 million in change. At the 2% combined tax rate of assessed valuation, we've got $2 million more than that potentially coming in. So notwithstanding anything about, I'll call it public policy on CFD, no CFD, there is potential for $2 million a year on the table that needs to be figured out what we're going to do with it. And there's a lot of choices on that. So next slide, please. Options for allocating the surplus. We could cover the interim operating costs for the new police and fire station prior to build out in Point Melati. And the heads up on that, if you fully open the police and fire station, fully staffed from day one, and Belinda and Anil can address this in more detail, it's a $5 million a year budget hit. And yeah, no surprise, when you first open up the fire station and you've got 50 or 100 units at most sitting in Point Melati, fiscal impact's negative. So that's an item for discussion. We fully get the import of that. Another choice, you could cover more infrastructure maintenance costs within Point Melati. There's other things besides what was identified in the DDA that could be covered. That's an option. You could cover more eligible city service costs. Anything that's eligible under the Melrose statute could be covered, okay? And there's a number of things that are eligible under the Melrose statute. This is money basically goes to your general fund for broad purposes within your community. Finally, and no surprise, SunCal's put this on the table. You could fund additional infrastructure for SunCal in Point Melati. So without going into negotiating points, probably best handled in closed session, get a flavor, and as well as our members of the community who are present here, of what the negotiating points are on this particular key technical issue. Next slide, please. There are some caveats on the surplus. We don't really know what the home sales prices are going to be until they're sold, okay? So these are estimates, and we feel there are good estimates, but they remain estimates. Other communities, other cities in California that are have dealt with the same issues and have the same concerns as this council does. What we have done in structuring the special tax formula. We call it the rate and method of apportionment. Think of it as it's Point Melody having its own tax code, if you will, is built in I'll call it a balancing feature, a check feature, as each final map for a new chunk of the development is approved. You go through an exercise of checking on the actual sales points at that point in time and adjusting the maximum taxes. So there is no guarantee that we would actually get an extra $2 million in surplus revenues. That would be something that would actually be determined as this council approve each final map. Next slide, please. Key negotiating points with SunCal. Allocation of potential surplus CFD revenue from Point Melody. That's what I've just gone through. And again, I just want to say it is a great opportunity to be able to put this on the table in front of this council because we get feedback and your finance team really appreciates having feedback. The other key negotiating point is the prioritization and sequencing of the capital projects for Point Melody, including the police and fire station. The DDA says that police and fire station is number one, and we got to make sure that the documents for this CFD build that in, pour concrete on that idea, as well as there's other things that we may want to see. Next slide. We will be coming back to this council in the month of February, later this month, and I'll go through this proposed schedule with a number of documents for CFD formation. I want to give a heads up on the 3 core documents that really describe for our electeds, for the community, for everybody, what this CFD does and what it doesn't do. One is the rate and method of apportionment. Just think of that as the tax code for Point Melody. The other is something called the acquisition agreement. The third, this is no particular order or priority, the goals and policy statement. All 3 are really important. The rate and method specifies how the taxes will actually be levied and at what amount by land use, by purpose, the whole thing, whether it's facilities, whether it's services, police, fire, other purposes for the city, it's all laid out in that document. It specifies, again, the maximum tax rate for all taxable parcels, both now and in the future as they develop. And it mitigates the risk of levies being over 2% of the assessed valuation. The acquisition agreement, the name doesn't really indicate how important it is and what it deals with. It lays out in detail the prioritization and sequencing of all projects to be funded by the CFD. So that's where you're going to see your police and fire station built in, or anything else that this council, staff, or the community wants to see. The goals and policy statement is required by state law that each city forming a CFD has to have a goals and policies, laying out broad policies for how you want to handle CFDs in your community, both for this CFD and in the future going forward. So 3 really important documents that I know from what I've seen so far, this council and the community is going to find of interest. Next slide, please. Council actions to form a CFD. The key message here is that it takes 2 totally separate actions by this council, at least 30 days apart, including a public hearing to go form a CFD. The first one is called the resolution of intention. And that is essentially adopting a resolution that lays out all those details that I just talked about, plus a few others, in public, and says, we, as the City of Richmond City Council, are making a black and white statement. This is our intention to form a CFD. We want to put this out for the public and everybody else to consider all the details. And you approve that, but the CFD is not formed. It is not formed. You basically said, this is what we are considering forming. That same night, we recommend that you adopt your goals and policies. So we hope to bring this to you later in February. As you can tell, it's going to be a very substantial amount of information to discuss for this council and for the community at that meeting. If we get through the resolution of intent and that's approved, we then notice and hold a public hearing. Typically, the resolution of formation, this is when you actually form the CFD as is described in the DDA and other documents that I know this council's been dealing with. The public hearing and the resolution of formation are the same night. The council has the power to make changes to these legal documents I described at the resolution of formation. You can make it at the resolution of intention. You can come back to the resolution of formation after the public hearing and say, nope, that's not what we're doing. We're changing this. You've got that option. After the resolution of formation is adopted, there is a landowner vote. This is, in this particular case, a technical issue because the city of Richmond is the landowner in this case. So we're assuming that the landowner is going to vote the way the council votes on the resolution of formation. So the next slide, please. I've kind of gone through this. This is the details in the resolution of intention. Let's keep going. We can go back to this if there's questions on it. Resolution of formation, the public hearing, the landowner vote, same thing. Let's go to the next slide, please. Formation schedule. The first bullet, we've moved this date that we hope to come back to this council to February 22nd, okay? The CFDB would be formed. Actually, the other date we've moved would be April 5th. Okay, so again, this is in the package that went out a couple of 3 weeks ago. Dates have moved. So the key dates, again, we are hoping for February 22nd for the resolution of intent, the first time to the council. April 5th for the public hearing, the resolution of formation, and the landowner vote. April 5th is before the deadlines identified in the DDA and the federal district court judgment. So that is the end of my presentation. And I look forward to your questions and we'll do our very best to answer them. I can't hear the mayor.
Mayor, you're muted.
Thank you. I want to remind you, it's 10 minutes to 11. We still have a number of items left on the agenda. And the action on this item tonight is to consider providing any policy direction as needed. So what we're looking for here is policy direction. So any council members have questions or want to suggest policy direction? Councilmember Jimenez.
I have a couple of questions. Thank you for the presentation. In the real estate comps that Integra did, my question is, why did you or Integra not look at the shoreline condominiums market for both Richmond and Marine? And I am just thinking about, we have the water line that is still is there. And also there are some other projects that have been approved, like Terminal 1, that it was approved 5 years ago and is supposed to be, and at that time it was going to be a condominium. So I just want to see why that, because what it appears here and a lot of talking point is about one Village 29, which is in El Cerrito, but it's near Bar with different, is totally different environment than what we are talking here. So that is one question, and I have others to follow up. Thank you.
Great question, council member. And I don't know if Eric has been made a presenter so he can answer
Yes.
the question.
Yes, thanks,
Yes,
Mark,
sir.
and thanks for the
Okay.
question. We certainly didn't want to intentionally exclude anything. We pulled a lot of market data from throughout the area, and I do have ample data from that market and would be happy to include that as additional support. It was my understanding that there was particular intent to stay as proximate to the refinery, look at areas that were as close to the refinery. So we just honed in, but there's been a lot of activity, a lot of residential sales activity in those projects that you referenced, and be
they are
happy to.
near to the Chevron. So it's not that they are far away.
Certainly.
Okay, so you will be doing that for us? Like you have already
Absolutely.
that, and okay, thank you. I have other questions. One is, what will be the impact if a 30-year fixed rate mortgage went up to 4 or 5%?
Another great question.
That's a good
Eric,
question.
try to answer that.
Yeah, you're actually raising a really good question, because we're looking at that now in the market. There's been recent news, and you're probably referring to the fact that the feds are talking about rate hikes this year and how that might affect mortgage rates. Right now, we don't have evidence of market shift in buyer demand yet. In fact, we've talked to some real estate agents for projects that are saying, there's some concern that rates will go up, so it's making people actually buy now to avoid future hikes that may come up. But generally speaking, as mortgage rates increase, it does affect buyer potential. So, it could affect the market. It's something we're all watching.
Yeah, and I just wanted to follow up because the thing is that these houses are not going to be being sold right now or in a couple of years. So in that sense, that will be impacted. And then my question to that is that I asked the other time, and I just wanted to know, like, do we have, or had you seen, or have we had done a 50-year cash flow analysis that give us, because when I look at the agenda, there is a mention that it could be some negative impacts in the general funds if the operating costs exceed the tax revenue derived from the project before the project is completely built out. So, and you mentioned, yeah, we will have these $2 million in surplus, but this is in the built out. And I asked you what happened before. And what happened before, we know with a cash flow analysis. So and I haven't seen it. And the only thing that I have seen is the fiscal impact report and the peer review, right? That the Winehaven development did, where they said that the operation cost of the fire and police department in the initial phase is $5 million, but then in the built out is the same. And I wonder, like, they didn't put any increase, right? As if fire and police staff were not going to have colas or we're not going to have raises. So I just wanted to know, do we have the 50 years cash flow analysis that give us when is there going to be the initial build? And then a second question to that is, how many units are being planned to be sold every year from the day that it started to the build out, and how long it will take the project to do the build out, so meaning to sell all the houses.
I understand.
So a lot of it.
Okay, great questions. Yes, the fiscal impact study by EPS in the DDA, it assumes build out. Your staff went through an exercise of confirming the police and fire operating costs. And the message that came back was that I call it all or nothing. Either you've got it fully staffed with police and fire from the day you open, or you don't. And there's no in between. That was, and I will defer to Belinda and Anil to give the background on that. And so that's why it's 5 million at build out, and it's 5 million when it's open, because when it's open, the conclusion was it needed to be at the level it would be required for build out. There was no in between. And
but that means that how long it will take for the build out?
Yeah.
Because if you the thing that I don't understand is that you are saying at the initial, let's saying that we start selling the houses in 3, 4, 5 years when the development of the infrastructure is. So then it's $5 million. And then how long it will take to build out. And then it will be 5, 10 years, and then it will be the same operational cost at the build out. That is my question.
Yeah, no, I understood. We do not have, and the fiscal impact study from the DDA did not look at a build out curve that you're very correctly asking, hey, what's the interim fiscal impact between now and build out? Your public works director, Joe Leach, is aware of this question, and I have a feeling if Joe is on, he could propose a way of answering it, coming up with, I'll call it, a interim fiscal impact year by year as it builds out. So, Joe, will you step in and answer your council member's question?
Yeah. Excuse me, everyone, but it's 11 o'clock, and I need a motion to continue the meeting.
I had the motion to continue this meeting until we finish this item.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates?
No.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson?
No.
Councilmember Martinez? Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Okay, yes.
And Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Council Members Bates and Vice Mayor Johnson voting no.
So I think where I was going with is the analysis that we would want to do, Councilmember Jimenez, is to put it back on SunCal to perform the analysis, and then we would perform a peer review analysis, not unlike what was done as part of the DDA process, for them to look at the assumptions based upon the market conditions and market projections of what the product absorption would be over 50 years. Presumably the build out would be significantly less than that. Most likely if the market sustains, it's in the 5 to 8 year range. And then what does the cash flow look like over the course of 50 years? So the idea would be is SunCal would put together that study, and then staff and the consultant team would review that.
So you are telling me that before the previous city council side at the DDA and DA, nobody looks at 50-year cash flow to see the impacts that this project could have in the general fund. And now you are telling us that there could be some adverse fiscal impact in the short term that could be possible. And that the only way that we can, because how you will know that this impact will be, how do you know that? How, because if you are saying that it might be or might not, how do you know that without a 50-year cash flow fiscal analysis.
So, I mean, I'll start, and either Mark or legal counsel can chime in, but my understanding is that if there is part of the DDA requirement is that there is no adverse impact on the general fund. So that's part of what has to be negotiated in agreement with SunCal is how do they fund that shortfall at startup until the revenue generated by the CFD covers operating and bond financing and all the costs associated with the CFD.
Correct.
So, go ahead.
Could I add to what Joe just said? That goes back to negotiating the rate and method of apportionment. I'll call it the tax code for Point Melody. We can design in that an exaction, a tax on SunCal to go make up for the negative interim fiscal impact. That's part of our negotiations. And if when we come back with a resolution of intent, if it doesn't meet the council's needs, then you tell us that and say we aren't voting for it. And so obviously you need to gauge whether it's adequate if we do have an exaction like that, a tax like that on SunCal to make up the interim fiscal deficit. You need to know, you need that fiscal impact analysis. You call it the 50-year cash flow. I'll call it the interim cash flow in order to gauge that. And so that is our plan to get a basic analysis like that done and to negotiate something with SunCal so that we can come back and make a representation that we've met the goals of the DDA, that it is at least fiscally neutral in the interim.
So it seems the idea is to have policy direction. I think like what you are saying is not enough the things that you said that is going to be the negotiation to see like where you put the $2 million is we are going to have it. I don't think, I think the negotiation is with SunCal is that we want them to share the impacts if they are for the whole built out time, right? I will assume, and you mentioned like it could be that we have the radio, the value to lean radio required by the city that is 4-1, right? And instead of 3-1. And that there are so many, and that we see the 50-year cash flow impact, especially with the operation cost. Because one question, and this is my final question, is how can we model the rate and method of apportionment without using a 50-year cash flow spreadsheet? Or that has to be in that, like in what we are saying with the 50 years cash flow.
Got it. We can't come back to you and make a representation that the rate and method of apportionment mitigates the risk of a negative impact in the general fund unless we know what that potential negative impact is. So yeah, we have to come back with numbers on that.
Yeah, and then the numbers of like the absorption rate. How much?
Mr. Mayor, point of information. Is this an action item?
It's providing policy.
It's to provide policy direction.
Well, we need to move on one way or the other.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I am going to finish. I have the floor, and I am going to finish.
You've been talking for
because I am providing policy direction
minutes
here.
Councilmember, you've been talking for 30 minutes. You're dominating everything. Get to the point.
No, I have questions, and these are really good questions. So
well,
like
Councilmember
to finish.
Jimenez, everybody's got questions. So
Yeah, to finish, I have the floor. Can I finish? Can I finish, please? Stop interrupting me.
You can do it in a couple of minutes. Oh.
Can I finish saying that also I would like to know, like, in terms of like the absorption rate, how many units are planned to be sold every year, right? And how long it will take And then the cash flow will give us that information. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, and I take issue with council members interrupting council members when they're asking questions. These are important questions. We have a right to know about.
You don't need 30 minutes to ask
excuse
a
me,
question.
I'm speaking.
I don't care whether you're speaking or not. You don't need
Well,
30 minutes
that's
to ask
right.
the question.
You don't care,
Get
and
to
you
the
should.
point.
You should
Okay,
care.
okay, guys, let's knock it off, but let's
Yeah.
just try to be succinct, okay?
Well, you know, if the answers were succinct, we wouldn't be here this long. So, to the question of the 50-year cash flow analysis, it seems that you're asking us to make policy without numbers. How do you expect us to do that?
We understand that you can't do that, and because this question of the potential negative fiscal impact prior to build out landed on the table. We've disclosed it to council, and we are going to do what it takes to come back with answers and show mitigation if we can through negotiations with SunCal. So yeah, we totally get that. You can't make a decision whether or not you've mitigated your general fund risk unless you've got the right numbers in front of you. We get that.
So then we're not required to move on a CFD until we have that information. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I'm going to defer to the city attorney on that. But as a technician, we get that we need to get back to you with numbers you need. So I'm speaking as a technician, now I'll defer to the city attorney.
Okay, did you get your question answered, Councilman?
No, he was referring the answer to the city attorney, and I was waiting for the city attorney to answer.
Yeah, I mean, I have not been involved in any of these discussions. I don't see how I can be expected to answer that question at this point. It does sound like there's a bit of a problem here with analysis that has not been completed to demonstrate all these points. And you just laid out a schedule that, the next coming back on the 22nd, which has been delayed from what you were looking at. So I think it's a fair question, and we'll have to talk about how much time it will take for them to put together this analysis. And I don't know whether that also involves a negotiation with SunCal.
Come on, nobody does a 50-year analysis. You guys are going off into never land.
I'm not saying, I don't know that a 50-year analysis has to be done. There's two different things that have been talked about here. One is a 50-year analysis of the cash flow and impact on government revenues all the way through. But the other thing, which Mark was referring to, is the absorption analysis and the phasing in which these things come online and the payments are being made by the owners. So if that analysis was not done, there could be a shortfall. But then the question is, how long will that shortfall persist? So I think some questions have been raised. They might have legitimate answers, and there just has to be a discussion of those different points. And I don't think they can be addressed at this point in time until we've had a chance to sit down and talk about these points.
Okay, I guess I'll have to leave that lie. So the other question is, the other day you said that in the worst case scenario, the city would be obligated to pursue a remedy in the event that the property owners, particularly developers, go delinquent and stop paying. So but you said that the city's not legally responsible to pay the taxes. So if the city isn't able to procure the funds, and the city's not legally responsible to pay the taxes, what happens?
Great question. I really want to emphasize there is absolutely no legal obligation for any issuer of Belarus bonds, CFD bonds, whoever formed the district, to make up for delinquent property taxes in any way, shape, or form. Absolutely none, and does not happen. And again, I have not I've been through a number of defaulted bonds and workouts over my career, and I haven't seen an adverse fiscal impact on a city from that particular issue. The adverse fiscal impact is from coming up with the expenses to pay lawyers to go pursue statutory foreclosure and/or deal with a bankruptcy filing by the land developer. And those attorneys are expensive. I went through that analysis, which you remember. Thank you, council member. And in the case of the city of Palmdale, it was a long bankruptcy proceeding. The total hit to the general fund over a number of years was $1 million. And all that was reimbursed plus interest from the proceeds of the bankruptcy auction of the property. The question you're asking is what happens if the city decides not to do that? And the question and the answer is I have not seen a situation where that happened. So I don't really know. And I apologize, you're looking for answers. So far in my career, and knowing what I know around the other projects elsewhere in the state that I wasn't involved with, the city or the entity forming the Belarus district, when it has gotten into trouble, has provided, I'll call it interim funding for the legal expenses of pursuing remedies and gotten reimbursed. So absent that, I'm not aware of a case where that did not happen. So again, I apologize, but I can't point to any real world example that would give you any comfort, sir.
So would it be possible in negotiations to have SunCal be responsible?
That is a great vector, and here's how you would do it. SunCal will be the one filing bankruptcy. What you would do is when you issued bonds, you would pre-fund, I'll call it a war chest, for pursuing a remedy, so that I'll pull a number out of the air. This is just Mark pulling a number out of the air. You fund $200,000 from the bond proceeds to set aside in essentially a trust for the city of Richmond. If this thing ever goes under, you got your war chest right there to go out and start pursuing remedies. That it would be a creative solution. So that's, but again, great idea, and that's you aren't getting it directly out of SunCal, for example, if they're already going delinquent, not paying their taxes or filing for BK bankruptcy. But if you funded it from the time you issued bonds, and Belinda has got sitting in a special account, you're good. You got money to go do it.
And what just ballpark figure, what amount do you believe that might have to be?
My worst case, the worst case I'm aware of in 30 plus years in California was Palmdale. It was $1 million. And then the slide deck we did in November, I inflated it and I estimated $1.5 million. Okay. Normally, it's going to be a fraction of that. It's going to be in the $100,000, $200,000 range is my ballpark guess based on normal things. But I would say, sir, in this case, that decision is not something that you make right now when you're forming the district. It's a decision that goes into your goals and policy statement, perhaps, and you definitely make it the first time you're asked to issue bonds on behalf of the CFD.
Okay. Now, I'm getting a better understanding of how it impacts the city's general funds, the city's finances. But on in the greater scope, how would it affect the project? I mean, you know, if we have a project and we have houses being foreclosed on, how would that affect the economics of the project?
Well, the foreclosure is typically on raw land. It's on the land owned by the master developer. People pay their tax bills. It's just, you know, absent another meltdown like 2008, it's not you just don't see a need to implement foreclosure proceedings outside of the regular county process for handling delinquent taxes in Mello-Roos districts on the occupied homes. The risk is on what we call the raw land, so land owned by the master developer. One reason or another, they get into trouble and they stop paying their taxes, they file for bankruptcy. So you're foreclosing on raw land. The risk that comes about is, I'll call it a community risk. You have new residents of the city of Richmond. I'll pull numbers out of the air. You have a couple hundred homes out there, several hundred people living out there. They want their project to be completed. They want all that infrastructure and amenities to come in. If the master developer has filed for bankruptcy, that means they aren't pursuing the rest of the project. There are not more homes being built. There's not more amenities being built. And you'll have those people who are likely to be coming to the podium during public comment at your council meeting saying, we aren't getting what we were promised because the developer has gone bankrupt. What can you do about it? Not a whole lot at that time, but that, sir, is, I would say, the community scale risk from having the master developer go bankrupt.
Okay, I'm going to ask one more question, and then I'll hopefully satisfy Councilmember Bates. At the last session, you mentioned the expected cost of the bond, and you eventually said that it was about 150 million. Is that correct?
In the DDA, in the financing plan, in the appendix to that document, it says that the total infrastructure costs are estimated at 150 million. I'm rounding, and that SunCal wanted 100 million of that funded through the bonds. So there's two numbers. They're saying we were going to put $150 million into the ground to complete this project. Of that total, 100 million comes from the bonds, 50 million comes from our other financing sources.
Okay, and so
we have your last question.
It's a 6-part question.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so council member, asked about what discretion we have to affect that amount, and you said that the cost of the bond was based on the cost of the infrastructure, and the operation and maintenance, and the amount of public benefits. But I was curious. And then you said, however, our discretion is limited because of the DA and DDA. So I'm curious, what in the DA or DDA limits our discretion?
I'm going to softly try to answer your question because I am not an attorney. We're getting into the legal area. Within the world of the state statute for Mello-Roos bonds, you guys are in the driver's seat. Okay, just an analogy, but you got all the power because you're the landowner and you're the city council. You're in the driver's seat. What's unique about this situation is that you have these legacy legal documents from pushing 2 years ago now that lay out a bunch of goals and constraints regarding a CFD in Point Mulati. And it's got the 100 million in bonds. It's got information on $7 million in a year in taxes going to pay on the bonds. It's got all this stuff in there that, can be certainly interpreted, and I can't comment on how it can be interpreted, but, you read it and you think, well, this sounds like it's intended to be sort of guidelines for how the CFD is going to be formed. the legal question, putting your city attorney on the table, blindsiding your city attorney again, is that, how totally built and, poured concrete on are those things in the financing plan, the DDA regarding the CFD? It's not in the state statutes. We aren't limited by that. You got a lot of power here, but this DDA may, I want to say may, be limiting what your discretion is. And then I'm now punting to your city attorney again.
So there's the infrastructure and things that you build are defined in the development agreement. You couldn't come along next week and decide that area should have a municipal swimming pool and tell them you got to go build infrastructure that wasn't envisioned when the DA was negotiated. So that's a limitation. You can't invent new infrastructure and make them do that.
Okay, so my final part of my 6-part question, I'm gonna pare it down by 3. The loss of payment for the operation and maintenance and the staff work, public benefit operations, wouldn't that impact the general fund?
As your public works director noted, the DDA also has a goal that this project has no adverse fiscal impact on the city of Richmond's general fund. Okay, that's black and white in there as well.
Right.
And your financing team has identified that there is a chance of a negative fiscal impact when the police and fire station goes into full operation. And, we are trying to deal with that. And our goal is to come back to you with a good solution on that, but I cannot tell you that we'll have a good solution. But
Okay.
that is our goal.
And so the usual rate ratio on bonds is a minimum of 3-to-1, correct?
For Melrose bonds, the ratio is typically minimum 3-to-1.
Of land value to bond amount.
Appraised value to the amount of bonds. Correct, sir.
So does that mean that the land is worth 300 million?
No, great question. The amount of bonds that will be issued in the first series of bonds is going to be limited by the appraised value of the undeveloped property in Point Mulati. So if you assume that SunCal requests a bond issuance to help it fund the infrastructure required to pull the first building permit in Point Mulati, meaning all the utility stub along Stenmark Drive and I don't know what else, that amount of that bond issue is going to be limited by the appraised value of Point Mulati at that time. Okay, so I don't know what that number would be, but it's not going to be 300 million. It's not. It's going to be some smaller number, and that's going to be the limiting factor in saying, okay, we've got the appraisal, divide by 3, whatever ratio we decide to use. That's the amount of bonds you're issuing into discussion.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that we can't do a bond issuance of 100 million because
not right now. I think in all likelihood, the full amount of bonds, and then the financing plan also shows this. They intended to issue the bonds in series, as we call it, over time, as the project builds. When you start getting homes out there, and you're valued at the numbers that Integra came up with, you're going to get a lot of market value out there, and you'll be able, your value to lien ratio, as you call it, is going to start to work well. The hard part, sir, the riskiest part of any CFD like this for a master plan community is getting the first chunk of infrastructure in there when the land doesn't have any homes on it. And that's that first series of bonds is like, that's where the rubber meets the road. Once you get through that and starts building, everything else starts to kind of fall in place. But that first one is where all the issues that you're talking about, sir, come right in our face, and we have to deal with them.
Okay, so it sounds as if the bonds will be done in a series, and if the development doesn't happen according to schedule, if there's any lack of progress, then future bonds won't be available. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yeah. And then there's just to be really blunt and hopefully not upset anybody, but the most likely time when you're going to get into trouble on a Melrose is after the first series of bonds. And that window between the time you've issued the bonds and the first major slug of homes has gotten constructed and occupied, that is the most likely time when the developer might file for bankruptcy and go delinquent.
Okay, excuse me, it's almost 11:30. If we're gonna keep going, we're gonna need another motion and a second and a vote, and it's gonna take five votes to do it, so.
No, the motion was that we finish this item.
Right. The motion was to finish this item.
We do need a super majority to go past 11:30.
Well, I know, but that you can't do that on a majority vote if it goes past 11:30.
All right.
I think we
need to take another vote. Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, what was the vote on finishing the item?
Well, the vote was to finish this item, but the presumption was it would happen before 11:30. It takes a super majority to extend the meeting past 11:30.
I was asking what the count was. Was it 4-3 or 5-2? But I see Melvin saying 4-3. All right. So we have to take another vote. You're right. I was just asking.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll move that we extend the meeting to finish this item.
Okay,
we need to suspend the rules.
And to suspend the rules and finish this item.
Is there a second? Okay, call the roll.
Councilmember Bates?
No.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson?
No.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
No.
So the motion fails.
So, Mr.
With
Mayor,
Councilmember Martinez, Councilmember Jimenez, and McLaughlin and Willis voting yes. Councilmembers Bates, Vice Mayor Johnson, and Mayor Butt voting no.
So
Mayor,
next item.
Can I ask my question?
Next item.
Okay, so we're going to adjourn this meeting.
Yes, and will this item be brought back to another meeting since we didn't finish?
Well, I know you want to talk about it some more, so we'll just keep bringing it back till you run out of things to talk about, I guess.
Thank you.
I got a memorial, Mr. Mayor.
Say what? Say what?
I have a memorial adjournment.
Yeah, are there any memorials?
Yeah, I have one. Mr. Gene Klein, outstanding baseball player. Went to Harry L's high school when it was a high school and was an outstanding athlete here. And unfortunately, the news media claimed that he's a San Pablo resident. He was not. His parents lived in Richmond. And our condolences to the entire family. Gene Klein.
Mr. Mayor,
San Francisco Giant.
Are there others?
Is Councilmember Bates finished? Okay,
I'm finished.
Okay. No disrespect to Mr. Gene Klein. Most definitely want to pay honors and respects to the ancestors. I just had an adjournment for Miss Linda Carr Brown, native daughter of Richmond and one of the best hairstylists to come out of the city of Richmond as well. So just wanted to lift her up during this time as well.
Okay, any others? Okay, thank you. This meeting is adjourned.